Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Boy, it's early. Hey, you won't find a quarter pounder at McDonald's today. An E. coli outbreak has been linked to those burgers, and for now, they are off the menu.
An E. coli outbreak linked to McDonald's quarter pounders is blamed for one death, and the CDC says at least 49 people have been sickened. 10 hospitalized, including a child. The outbreak reported in 10 states. Most cases, 27, are in Colorado, where an elderly person died.
ABC's Lionel Moisey, they're reporting. It's just the latest food recall, by the way. Officials also dealing with a listeria contamination, prompting a recall of ready-to-eat meat products distributed to schools and restaurants under several brand names. Frozen waffles sold at several chains. They're also recalled due to possible listeria. And 10 deaths are blamed on a listeria outbreak linked to Boar's Head deli meats this year. Murfreesboro residents have a new way to get to Old Fort Parkway and downtown faster. It's a bridge from the Kickin Lane area near Costco that's just opened.
Again, we're eliminating friction, traffic friction. It could save quite a bit of time based on the volumes that we're seeing on Old Fort Parkway. And we are in the process of working with TDOT, trying to get that section of roadway widened. Hopefully we'll know something in the near future of how that project stands.
Now, this is called Tommy Bragg Drive. It's named after a former Murfreesboro mayor. It comes with 5 and 10-foot multi-use sidewalks. It'll eventually be expanded to cross over I-24 and give access to Route 99. Market Numbers Report here brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Brian Clark.
Stocks turned around at midday on Wall Street as investors began to digest the recent bond market sell-off and another round of earnings reports. But markets eventually closed the day lower. The Dow lost 7 points, the S&P 3, the Nasdaq added 33. General Motors stock jumped 10% after the automaker reported stronger profit and revenue than expected. Philip Morris gained 9% because it also topped forecasts for profit and revenue. Reuters is reporting bankrupt Tupperware has agreed to sell its business to a group of lenders for over $23 million in cash and $63 million in debt relief. In return, it's canceling plans for an open market auction. The 10-year Treasury note climbed more than 4% for the first time in 3 months before pulling back. And paging George Jetson, flying air taxis closer to fruition. Federal regulators give a strong push to electric-powered air taxis as they issue a final rule for operating the aircraft and training pilots.
Now, stock futures this morning, all pointing down. The Dow futures minus 172. NASDAQ futures falling 50. S&P futures are down 9 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Just some construction causing delays this morning. I-40, the southbound loop to 210B. That's the off-ramp there has the right lane blocked off. You can only access the left lane. That'll cause some slowdown. But that's it really for this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Along with Joan Jones and Johnny B, Dan Mandis here. And I guess this story in the Atlantic, we're going to get into it. It's 2 weeks before the election. Clearly, this is a hit piece. If you haven't heard about it, I'm going to tell you what is in it. The claims made against Donald Trump are astounding, to say the least. And I'm going to get into this. But one of the things that I've noticed is that, and CNN, of course, as you can imagine, all over this story out of the Atlantic. And part of what's going on is that, and I'll get into the details here, but part of what's going on is the Democrats and Kamala Harris and the media, they are apoplectic over Donald Trump and the fact that he does have a lot of support from the Hispanic community. So we're going to get into this, but just realize that there's a reason why they are reporting that Donald Trump said these awful things about a fallen soldier. Listen to this. The Atlantic, this is Fox News and how they're reporting this story. The Atlantic is facing intense scrutiny over a report alleging former President Donald Trump disparaged a slain Mexican-American Army private while he was in office, with some involved with the story declaring it false and a hit piece. Now, that is obviously true. And again, this is Fox News and their rendering of the story. Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic. Now, you got to know that The Atlantic has been one of these publications that has been going after Donald Trump for years. This is the same guy, Jeffrey Goldberg. This is the same guy and the same website magazine that talked about how Donald Trump said there were suckers and losers in that Paris cemetery. And so this is just the same kind of stuff. And so while you do have the CNN and they're reporting on the New York Times is saying that, of course, John Kelly says that Donald Trump is the definition of a fascist. You know, this just shows you how worried and desperate the left is. And I got to tell you that these stories probably resonating with the people that already hate Donald Trump, but I just don't know if they're going to make much of a difference. So the Fox News reports it this way. Jeffrey Goldberg, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, began a lengthy report that came out yesterday about Donald Trump's interaction with the family of a 20-year-old named Vanessa Guillen, the daughter of Mexican immigrants who was murdered in April of 2020 by a fellow soldier at Fort Hood. After her remains were discovered 2 months later, this was a big story. Donald Trump consoled Guillen's family at the White House and offered to provide financial assistance to cover the funeral costs. According to the story in The Atlantic, the family never received those funds from Donald Trump, but also they say this from anonymous sources within the White House. Goldberg further alleges that during an Oval Office meeting in December of 2020, Donald Trump was outraged when he received the funeral bill for Guillen. Here's the quote. At a certain point, according to two people present at the meeting, Donald Trump asked, "Did they bill us for the funeral? What did it cost? Goldberg wrote, according to attendees and to contemporaneous notes of the meeting taken by a participant, an aide answered, yes, we received a bill. The funeral cost $60,000. Goldberg claims that Trump became angry. It doesn't cost $60,000 to bury an effing Mexican. Do you believe that? Anybody within the sound of my voice believe that Donald Trump said that? The story goes on. He turned to his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and issued an order. Don't pay it. Later that day, he was still agitated. Can you believe it? He said, according to a witness, effing people trying to rip me off. The personal qualities displayed by Donald Trump in his reaction to the cost of the Guillen funeral, contempt, rage, racism, hardly surprised his inner circle, Goldberg telling readers. Donald Trump has frequently voiced his disdain for those who serve in the military and for their devotion to duty, honor, and sacrifice. So here's the thing. Mark Meadows, who was quoted in the story, says this never happened. More importantly, though, the family of the Army private, Vanessa Guillen, also says this never happened, or at least that they don't believe it. Here's what the family attorney says. After having dealt with hundreds of reporters in my legal career, this is unfortunately the first time I have had to go on record and call out Jeffrey Goldberg at the Atlantic. Not only did he misrepresent our conversation, but he outright lied in his sensational story. Again, this is the attorney for the family calling out Jeffrey Goldberg from the Atlantic, saying that he lied and that he completely misrepresented the conversation. The attorney wrote on X, more importantly, he used and exploited my clients and Vanessa Guillen's murder for cheap political gain. He says, I would also like to point out that the timing of this, and he's air quoting, story is quite suspicious, as this supposed conversation that Donald Trump had would have occurred over 4 years ago. Why is this a story now? Well, obviously, because the Democrats are panicking, because they see how well Donald Trump is doing, and they understand that desperate times call for desperate measures. I mean, this is obviously what the Democrats would call an October surprise. I would call it BS, and everybody knows it. You know, part of me is thinking at this point, are we more sophisticated these days? I was thinking about this when I saw this story. Are we as a society and as a voting public, are we more sophisticated than to fall for this kind of an October surprise? And I'm air quoting that because to me, this is so incredibly transparent. A story that supposedly happened 4 years ago that now they've been saving up for 2 weeks before the election. To me, it's transparent. I was watching Wolf Blitzer and, of course, CNN all in on this story. But the family and the attorney for the family and all of the people involved in this story say that this never happened. So, yeah, absolutely. You do now have the lot of folks that are more independent-minded pushing back on the Atlantic story. And I love what the attorney says. Why is this a story now? Why are they coming out with this now? And again, I'll say again, reminding you, Jeffrey Goldberg in The Atlantic, the same publication that came after Trump for this supposed story where he said in Paris that this cemetery was filled with suckers and losers, buried veterans, buried members of the military. Which, by the way, that has been debunked as well. Most people involved in those conversations and that conversation and that incident that the Atlantic and Jeffrey Goldberg reported has also been debunked and denied by many people that were supposedly involved in that conversation. They go on to say in the story, As everyone knows, not only did Donald Trump support our military, but also invited my clients to the Oval Office and supported the I Am Vanessa Guillen bill as well. He says, I'm grateful we were successful in getting bipartisan support of that act. And because of everyone's hard work and efforts, our service members now have more protections and more rights while serving our country. Guillen's sister, Myra, also blasting Jeffrey Goldberg's report and voiced her support for Donald Trump. What she says is straight ahead. 5:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
Well, we have the construction at the off-ramp on 40, the I-40 southbound loop, the westbound off-ramp to I-65. That's exit 210B. That construction is still there. You can only access the left lane. It may cause some delays this morning. Construction being picked up on 24 in the westbound lanes right now. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Partly cloudy today, a high of 84, 59 now at WTN. Going over this bogus story from the Atlantic and Jeffrey Goldberg, a guy no stranger to attempted October surprises. And so the big story, it was the lead story this morning on CNN, that Donald Trump referred to a murdered Army Private Vanessa Guillen as an effing Mexican, and talking about how he promised that he would pay for the funeral of the private. Then that never happened. And there's all kinds of nasty accusations against the former president. And I guess my question is, does anybody really believe this at this point? And I've been reading you the quotes of everyone that is quoted in this story. A lot of the people that are quoted in the story from the Atlantic, you've got Mark Meadows, Donald Trump's former chief of staff, and literally the family of this Army private. And they're not buying the story. And they're accusing Jeffrey Goldberg, the writer in the Atlantic, I guess he's like the editor-in-chief or whatever the heck it is, of lying about what happened. Wouldn't be the first time, of course, with Jeffrey Goldberg. So here's what the sister says. I just read you what the lawyer says. Now here's what the sister says. Guillen's sister, Myra Guillen, blasting Goldberg's report and voiced her support for Donald Trump. The exact quote, "Wow, I don't appreciate how you are exploiting my sister's death for politics. Hurtful and disrespectful to the important changes that were made for service members," Guillen said. President Donald Trump did nothing but show respect to my family and Vanessa. In fact, I voted for President Donald Trump, she says. Today, my sister's death was never to be politicized. Unbelievable, she also posted on social media. Goldberg, of course, laid out another explosive claim in the piece in The Atlantic that Donald Trump had once said, "I need the kind of generals that Hitler had, people who were totally loyal to him. That follows orders," according to Goldberg. That, of course, also part of what's going on. CNN still, apparently they're still talking about this. Now, Goldberg is citing two unnamed sources. Now, it is so easy to throw out these claims with unnamed sources who allegedly heard him say it in the White House. A spokesperson for Donald Trump calling the claim absolutely false, telling Goldberg President Trump never said this. Of course, John Kelly is out there, and he, of course, used to work in the Trump campaign, or I should say the Trump administration, and he says, and he's always said, that Donald Trump is fascist-like. I hate to do this on the air. Joan and John, did you guys smell that? Is there something burning in here? Do you smell that? It smells like burning something. Somebody might want to check the kitchen.
Okay.
I don't smell anything.
I don't smell anything either.
Okay.
I will go.
Yeah,
check.
I'm moving right along, but yeah, it's. I just had a dryer burn up into my house, and so I know exactly what that smells like. So
You're sensitive to it.
I am. I know what that smells like. You know, maybe that's my brain on fire because I'm so pissed about this article in The Atlantic and that Jeffrey Goldberg. There goes Joan. Checking it out, making sure that we're all going to be safe.
Yes, we sent her in.
I bet you somebody cooked some metal in the microwave.
I bet you're right.
I bet you that's what they did. Anyway, this Jeffrey Goldberg in The Atlantic, same guy, said that Trump, said about buried soldiers in Paris were suckers and losers. That was debunked. You smell that, Joan?
It's here.
Is it in my studio? Yeah. Step in here. Like, just come on in. Come on in. This is where I make Joan feel uncomfortable. Do you smell that? Like, is it in here?
It seems like it's right here behind us.
All right.
It's not the kitchen. I've been in there. There's no burning coffee on the coffee pot on the.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
This is weird. Like, wow.
You've never actually. Yeah, you've been here before.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. You can leave now.
You're
totally
done
kidding.
with me.
Wow.
Hey,
Don't you love
here's
how I
some
make my
throat coat.
coworkers feel? Listen, you want to take some throat coat as a parting gift? You can.
Can I have your cup?
No, that's fine.
And she can fix the
Okay.
camera, too. The camera
I'm
is
done with you.
Totally off.
Oh, the camera is totally off on Joan?
Yeah.
All right, very good.
Odds off.
It just shows the side of her.
Darn.
You know what? You're welcome anytime.
Look at that.
Really?
Sure, as long as you can somehow get that burning metallic smell out of the.
I'm gonna go check it out.
All right, very good, very good.
It could be the heat just came on. Who knows?
Oh, could it be the heat just came on?
When they first turn on the heat,
Kind of like when we flush the toilets, it overflows. We turn the heat on and it starts burning.
It starts burning.
I'm just kidding.
There you go. No, usually when you first turn the heat on, you get that burning smell.
You know what I love about Joan though? She hops right to it.
Yes, she does.
She like that. That's one of many reasons why we love Joan around here.
Broken wrist.
Broken wrist at all. She goes and she's on the case.
She's fearless.
That's what it is. It's kind of an anticlimactic ending to my segment on this Atlantic article. But I don't feel like anybody's taken. You think anybody's taken this Atlantic article serious, Johnny?
Well, the adults that just follow, the news.
Yeah.
Network, the left wing media.
Mm-hmm. I think that they are freaking out about Latinos and Hispanics that are supporting Trump, and so I think this is obviously one of those things where they're like, okay, he's meeting. Oh, by the way, yesterday Trump was meeting with Latinos for Trump, I think it was. So, and they also CBS also had a quote that I'll play in the 6 o'clock hour, which I also thought was kind of funny. So they're out there and they're calling Trump Hitler and just fascist and just all that nonsense. You think Joan made it back to the newsroom safely?
I know she did.
Joan, did you make it back safely?
Oh, I could mess with you right now, but I won't.
That'd be pretty
here.
funny.
Yeah. So we're going to tell you what the data tells us about early voting across the country. Also, 5 young boys are missing from their homes in southern Tennessee, and now a critical alert has been issued. Details on all of that and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Now, Joan, Johnny thinks that the rancid smell in here is actually, you couldn't hear, but Johnny thinks that it may have been the heat that was turning on. And I, of course, said, kind of like when we flush the toilets, they overflow. It's the same kind of concept.
We work in the nicest place, don't we?
We do. It's
yeah. Let me just say that if this is going to be the last show we ever do because the place burns down, can we make it a really good one?
Shh, it's too late for that, man. I already shanked the first segment because it's like it crescendoed with, what's that smell?
Something's burning.
What is wrong with me? I get worried. Because you know what? I mean, this is an older building, and I'm not bashing on the company by any stretch of the imagination. No. This is an older building.
Yes, it is. It's haunted.
And yes, and it is Halloween time.
Don't be telling me it's haunted. I'm the only one in here at 3:30 in the morning.
And
that's
so
okay. He's a nice spirit.
And so of course, my worry is this place would go up like a,
tinderbox.
Tinderbox.
Yeah.
If
I like how there are some cracks in the walls, and we hear those.
We hear those explosions.
Yeah,
in the
we hear
morning.
explosions, and now there's cracks in the walls.
We're always like, is this the morning where during the Gang of Three at 5:35 the building comes tumbling down,
crumbles, and we disappear from the camera site?
That's exactly.
You just see all kinds of
rubble,
rubble and rocks falling, all that kind of stuff.
You see the roof.
The funny thing is the cameras don't typically work. That would be like the one day that they work. I'm totally kidding. All right, we got to go. 5:25 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Did you know that you're funding America's future, and it's not the future you want for you or your kids? Most major credit cards funnel millions of dollars to liberal causes and candidates hoping you don't notice. Take a stand and get woke out of your wallet. Coin is the conservatives' credit card. You earn cash back while advancing a conservative future. Apply now at coin.com, COIGN, coin.com. The spelling is important, Add a G, COIGN, coin.com. Terms apply. Go to coin.com/disclosures for full details. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Good morning, 5:31 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're looking at 62, partly cloudy right now, heading up to 84 later on. Stick around for traffic in a few minutes, too. The University of Florida's election lab says close to 20 million Americans have already voted 2 weeks before Election Day. We've got to look at the early data with ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
In states where it's available, party registration of those voting early offers a bit of fodder for prognosticators. In the key battlegrounds of Arizona and Nevada, ballots cast or mailed so far by registered Republicans now outnumber those cast or mailed by Democrats. In North Carolina, at last check, slightly more registered Democrats than Republicans had taken part in early voting. But in Pennsylvania, the overwhelming majority of mail-in ballots returned so far have been sent in by registered Democrats.
A statewide alert has been issued for 5 young boys who may have been taken by their non-custodial parents. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation says those boys, along with their parents, are traveling in a white GMC Acadia from the Athens area near Chattanooga. Anyone with information is asked to call police. Metro Nashville police are searching for a man who attacked a woman outside an East Nashville community center. Police say she had been sleeping on a bench when the man asked her for a lighter and then tried to sexually assault her. She yelled out. The man ran away. It is an incident that's resonating with neighbors.
I think it's definitely, it puts me on edge. Someone who assaulted a woman in a community park where there are a ton of residents, a ton of people who could be at risk.
And the only description of that suspect is a man who was wearing a sweatshirt and had a mustache. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got Dow futures pointing down 191 right now. NASDAQ futures losing 70 and the S&P 500 futures down 12 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Take it, Joan. 5:33, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Friends, it is October, and that means Halloween is just a few weeks away, and Busy Bee is celebrating by giving you some great deals on your HVAC and plumbing. They are your Rude Pro partners, and yes, they are giving you 50% off of a furnace inspection and 20% off of any furnace repair work at the time of service. How about $300 off of an ultraviolet home treatment system installation? And remember the Beehive Club. As a Beehive member, you'll receive 3 annual tune-ups, 1 cooling, 1 heating, and 1 plumbing. 10% off of all repairs, priority, front-of-the-line service, no overtime or holiday fees, and so much more, all for as little as $99. Now, I've been a Beehive member for years, over 10, and I've had them install a new system, fix an old one, maintain all of my units as well. Outstanding customer service, and simply put, they do great work at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your Rude Pro partner. For satisfaction guaranteed, call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Just one problem this morning. It appears to be 24 westbound lanes at Sam Ridley Parkway at 66. A crash there in the left lane is blocked off. That'll slow down traffic this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
The dual power of radio and digital advertising on Super Talk 99.7 WTN has always delivered for our local advertisers. Now's your chance to book your 2025 marketing campaign early for savings and incentives. Just reach out today to your local ad representative or go to 997wtn.com/epic.
.538 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning, Joan. Good morning, Johnny. Time for the Gang of Three.
Hello.
Hi. Hey, Joan, I didn't, when I told you to, get out of my studio,
Yeah.
I kind of meant that to be funny.
Yeah. Did the texters tell you?
No, nobody said anything.
Oh.
It was one of those things where it sounded funnier in my head.
I took no offense.
And then because you're welcome anytime. I mean, just not anytime.
Just bring coffee.
Yeah, you
Right.
bring me some Space Cowboy coffee at spacecowboycoffee.com, and you're welcome anytime. This morning, I had a bit of a surprise. Now, you two knew before I did what my surprise this morning was.
Oh, yeah.
If you haven't been to my Facebook page, then go to my Facebook page or go to my wife Amy's Facebook page. So 3 o'clock in the morning, I go out to my car, beep, beep. I open my car, I open up the door, scared the living crap out of me. There is a Halloween skeleton that is in my passenger seat, strapped in with the seatbelt, looking at me. Now, I'm like, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to leave. And Amy put this, because they put the Halloween decorations out last night. Very funny. Very funny.
I thought it was a Democrat voter.
Exactly. Very good, Johnny. Well, it's kind of funny, too, because it's
like a full-size skeleton,
It's a full-size skeleton.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's sitting up in your seat. It's like a passenger.
It's like a passenger.
It's got a seatbelt on.
Yeah, it's got the seatbelt on and everything. Go to my Facebook page or go find Amy on Facebook. And I don't know. I it's funny because, Johnny, I think you or Joan, somebody told me, it was on Amy's Facebook page. First thing Amy said on her post when she posted this and basically said, this will be a nice surprise for Dan at 3 o'clock in the morning. one of the things that she said was, since I know my husband never goes to my Facebook page,
She
I never
knows you
do.
a little bit.
Yeah, very funny, very funny. So she also, by the way, and I've already given you 2 yours, she gave all 3 of us Reese's Peanut Butter Cups because we all spoke about how, how we love Reese's Peanut Butter. So apparently now the Halloween season is in full gear in the Manda's house.
Yes, it is. And thank you, Amy.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. I'm going to take this home and put it in the freezer because I'm afraid if I put it in the freezer here, I'll never see it again.
It'll disappear.
Yeah,
it will.
It'll disappear.
Yeah.
By the way, here's what's funny. My conundrum this morning was I'm already running a little late, and I'll get into that in a second, but I'm already running late. So do I take the skeleton out of my car, or do I just drive with the damn thing in my car? It's in my car.
Well, now you can get in the HOV lane on the way home.
I can. I can get in the HOV lane if I so choose. So the funny thing is now people are going to be arriving at work and they're going to be like, whose car is that? So everybody knows, and then we'll get to some actual content. Everybody knows that I tend to bang my head. I don't know why it is, and not in the really cool heavy metal kind of way. So Amy, for whatever reason, I love this woman so much, but she does things that I just will never understand. For example, she knows that I get up really early. I get up at midnight most days, sometimes 12:15, but she sleeps on the main floor with her darn door open. And I don't know why she does that. So I can't turn on lights. I have to be really quiet. And she gets mad at me when I close it. So I try to be a dutiful husband and not close her door. And that means that when I'm getting my cereal, when I'm making my coffee, I'm by and large doing it in the dark. And I'm trying to be really quiet. I needed a towel. I knew that there were towels in the utility room. And so I creep up. The bedroom is right next to the utility room, separated by a little bathroom. I go in there, pitch dark. Don't you know, I'm already running late. I hit my head on the corner of the laundry room door.
Do you have a gash?
No.
I did not notice one.
I hit my head. It was so loud that Amy's like, with the door open, you okay? Because she could hear me just, and I'm standing there hoping that I don't feel that oh so familiar feeling of blood on my hand as it's on my forehead. Because I'm going to have to show up to work yet again with a gash on my forehead. So thankfully, no, it wasn't that hard. And Johnny, you would have been proud of me.
No curse words?
I realized, what did you say, Joan?
No curse words?
No curse words. There were curse words, actually. But I chose, there's always a time and a place. And so at that moment, I'm thinking, if Amy would only shut the door, I could have a light on and this wouldn't have happened. All that is going through my head. But I chose not to say anything.
So I'm with Amy in the sleep with the door open thing. I want to hear if there's somebody in the house.
Like your husband hitting his head on the door?
No, he's too short to do that.
Really? Because I'm like
too.
5'5" and I did it.
Yeah. But he likes to have the door closed. So it's always closed. I don't understand why.
Yeah. Okay, so this may be too much. Amy and I sleep in separate rooms.
See, that was quite a surprise when I heard you say that.
Yeah. Do you guys know? You guys sleep in the same?
No, we sleep in the same room.
All right. A lot of couples do. A lot of couples sleep in separate rooms. And the truth be told, Amy and I started sleeping in separate rooms before I started working mornings. She says that I'm like a human torch. Like I'm just hot. I'm just a hot individual. Thank you. I've been working out. But she says that I make it. Yeah, I'm so hot. I'm sizzling. I got 3 T's in me. Totally kidding. So.
Oh my goodness. Too early.
Anyway, So I started sleeping up, whatever. Anyway, so why are we talking about this? Anyway, sorry, I hit my head. Johnny, what do you got for this?
The shining beacon of truth takes a licking, keeps on kicking.
That's exactly right.
Which is the title of the show today, by the way.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, good. On YouTube and Facebook and all that?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Very good.
Well, this is for all you kids to say no to drugs because drug people are stupid. This is the proof. There was a 1994 Ford Taurus. It was in Portland, Oregon. Got pulled over. It was stolen. They found a couple, old Reginald and Mia, along with all the toys they had in their car. They had a .357 Magnum.
Oh, nice.
They had a bag of methamphetamine. They had over $1,000 in cash, 3 white pills that Mia said were OxyContin and a meth pipe. But that wasn't all they found.
Okay.
They found more meth, 2 scales, and then there was a brown bag that somebody had wrote on it, definitely not a bag full of drugs. As they opened this bag, they found more meth, a total of about a half pound. Both have now been charged with multiple felonies. So that proves drug people, you just don't want to do it. Just say no.
Can I offer a question about people on meth?
Sure.
So I met somebody who was on meth the other day.
In what circumstance
Yes.
did you meet this person?
It was involved in a news story. I don't want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right.
But here's what I was confused about.
All right.
He didn't have the meth teeth. Like I'm confused because he says that he's on meth and he has been for a long time, but he didn't have the meth teeth.
Well, he might be successful enough that he can get them worked on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Is that, does everybody that does meth, do they have the meth teeth? Obviously, maybe not, or I don't know.
Well, probably, like I said, if he's successful enough, because there are some people that, they'll use drugs, but yet they have enough money, they can get this problem taken care of right away.
Did he have any other, I've always thought that meth people also have some facial...
bad
scars,
acne.
that kind of thing. No, he didn't have any of that stuff. That's why it confused me.
Yeah. That's
and
bizarre.
he's still on meth?
He's trying to recover.
He's trying to...
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, good for him.
Yeah.
Joan, are you a baseball fan?
Yes, big time.
Did you hear who died?
I did.
Fernando Valenzuela.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I'm a Phillies fan. I don't think I'm really a baseball fan, but
because the Phillies suck.
They made it to the off season.
Yeah, but they lost. It's the Dodgers and the Yankees in the World Series.
I know.
In the World Series.
And they lost to the Mets of all people.
So, Fernando Valenzuela, he died young, 63 years old.
That is very young.
Way too young.
You know what one of my all-time, Johnny needs some audio. Do you want to know what my all-time favorite moments in Dodger history is?
Fernando ready, and the strike 2 pitch is hit back to the box, dribbling to second. Samuel on the bag, throws to first, double play. Fernando Valenzuela has pitched a no-hitter at 10:17 in the evening of June the 29th, 1990. If you have a sombrero, throw it to the sky.
Oh, my God. I every time I play this, not only do I get chills, but also I get a little tear. And I'm going to tell you why, because number one, that was one of Vince Scully. That's Vince Scully, the play-by-play guy for the Dodgers for many, many years. My own personal hero when it comes to broadcasting. He and Rush Limbaugh. But that was one of Vince Scully's finest moments. And Fernando Valenzuela, just remembering Fernando Mania. And he was a Dodger broadcaster as well. And Fernando was over the years after he retired. And I was surprised. He died. 63 years old. No, they don't know. I mean, he always had weight issues. So I don't know.
Oh, yeah. He was a big boy.
Yeah, he was. So I don't know if that was part of it. He had taken some time off to focus on his health. And ultimately, he passed away. I saw that, made me really sad because I was a big Fernando Valenzuela fan. And just remembering the absolute insanity of Fernando Mania back when baseball actually meant something to me was pretty darn cool.
Well, I think I agree with my wife. When you played that sound, she said, baseball was magical when you heard it over the radio. There was just something.
Yeah.
She said it's not the same with television. She said radio really brought baseball to life.
Well, it did, and Vince Scully was the absolute best at that. So that story when I saw Fernando had passed away, that obviously brought back memories of Fernando, but it also brought back memories of Vince Scully. By the way, did you guys hear what Tim Walsh said about Elon
What
Musk?
now? Oh, yeah.
Did you hear this?
Yeah.
Listen to this.
Elon's on that stage, jumping around, skipping like a dipshit on these things. You know it.
Of all people.
Yeah, the guy that jumps around stage and looks like a dip.
Of all people.
Who is
Tim
a walking
Walsh.
dip.
Yeah.
EJ Hoskins, remember when she said that Tim Walsh reminds her of the floppy thing on the side of the road?
Yes.
That, next to car
I think of
dealerships and that
every
kind of
time.
thing?
I have one I pass on the way home every day.
Yes.
And I think of
Like, there's Tim. There's
You know
Tim
what it
Walsh.
is? It's when he waves. He's got that really odd wave.
Yeah.
That every time he does it, I'm like, you're a man.
Apparently, somebody's got to tell him that.
I don't get it.
He's a girly man.
I think I saw him one time do a double wave.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Both
The whole
hands?
double wave thing?
Yeah, both hands.
Yeah. Both hands wave. Which to me just looks, I don't know why, it does. It looks peculiar.
He's a
And,
It's
peculiar
effeminate.
guy.
It's effeminate.
Yeah.
well, what is it? Soy boys for Harris?
Yeah.
Tim Walsh brings in the soy boy boat. That's what it is.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, listen, when Tom Cruise jumped all over the sofa when, who was it, Oprah Winfrey
Oprah,
was.
He was in love with Katie Holmes.
Yeah, right. He recovered from it, so.
I wonder if he looks back. I wonder if Tom Cruise looks back on that and says, "What the hell was I thinking?" Especially how that marriage ended.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still liked what a magazine said to Katie. Katie, if you're in trouble, blink twice.
Yes, I remember that, Johnny. All right, Joan Jones, what's coming up?
Well, the GOP strikes out in Georgia on its new balloting rules. Also, Tennessee's ban on sex changes for kids goes before the Supreme Court. Those stories are coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 5:53. Dan Mandis here for Window Nation. This is my window company. I love these folks. They put new windows in my basement studio, my bedroom, and my kitchen. Now, right now, prime window buying season because the weather is about to turn cold. So if your windows are going to allow the warm air out and the cold air in this winter, you need to act right now because Window Nation has a great deal for you right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That is a great deal. You know, Window Nation has over 33,000 5-star reviews on Google and a big 5-star review from my house. Your new windows can be installed in a day or less, and they come with a lifetime warranty. Now, don't forget that great deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. Again, a great deal. The Dan deal from Window Nation. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Good morning, 6 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 58 degrees, a couple of clouds around, and we're going to 84, another warm one today. We have traffic coming up for you in 5 minutes. Georgia Supreme Court has turned down an emergency appeal from the Republican Party in its effort to keep new balloting rules in place.
Georgia's highest court unanimously rejects an appeal by the Republican National Committee, which aimed to reinstate a series of rules adopted last month by the state election board and struck down last week by 2 state judges. One of those rules required a hand count of ballots to confirm the machine tallies. Another called on county boards to conduct a reasonable inquiry into the results before they're certified. The 5-member board that adopted those rules is controlled by Republicans who've been endorsed by Donald Trump.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy reporting. Former Democratic candidate for president and independent Tulsi Gabbard made a big announcement at a Trump rally in North Carolina last night.
And it is because of my love for our country, and specifically because of the leadership that President Trump has brought to transform the Republican Party and bring it back to the party of the people and the party of peace, that I'm proud to stand here with you today, President Trump, and announce that I'm joining the Republican Party.
Now, that announcement appears to have taken Trump by surprise. He called it a great honor. Gabbard has been serving as an honorary co-chair for the former president's transition team alongside Robert F. Kennedy Jr., another former Democrat. Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for minors is headed to the U.S. Supreme Court, and that case will be argued by an ACLU attorney who is trans. Last year, Tennessee banned hormone therapy and puberty blockers for minors, and doctors can face consequences if they violate the ban. The 9 Supreme Court justices will hear arguments December 4th. From the Department of Justice, they are arguing that the ban is unconstitutional. So little rain has fallen in Middle Tennessee lately. Now Murfreesboro is under a burn ban, which prohibits backyard fire pit fires and burning yard debris. You can find out if your city is also under a burn ban by calling the local fire department. The 14-year-old who's charged with shooting and killing 4 people at Appalachia High School in Georgia has pleaded not guilty. Colt Gray was charged with 55 counts related to that shooting. He'll be tried as an adult. And country star Garth Brooks, he managed to buy a piece of Vanderbilt history that he's putting on display in his Nashville bar, Friends in Low Places. He bought the goalpost pad, which he's hoping to have signed by some of the Vandy players when they beat Alabama. It'll be on display in the Sevens Club. That's his exclusive club on the 3rd floor of the bar where private events are hosted. It's also where Trisha Yearwood's cooking show is filmed. I just love that. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got stock futures all pointing down this morning. In fact, the Dow futures are down 220 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash this morning. It's in Smyrna. It's on westbound side of 24 before Sam Ridley Parkway, exit 66, and the left shoulder now is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Dan Mandis here along with Joan Jones and Johnny B. I guess people are taking this story regarding Donald Trump seriously in the Atlantic. At least some people are. It's the usual suspects. If you haven't heard, the Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg is out there now saying in a big hit piece 2 weeks before the election, this is, I believe, the October surprise, that Donald Trump called a murdered Army soldier a effing Mexican, among other things. It is a big story today, and one of the things, and Richard Grinnell has tweeted this out, saying that this was heard on Morning Joe this morning. The majority of men in America are saying yes to fascism. And he says the entire discussion this morning on Morning Joe did not have a single dissenting view. I mean, that's really what they're going with. Because also in the news today, in case you missed the 5 o'clock hour, I'll just retrace briefly. You've got John Kelly out there, of course, formerly of the Trump administration. And he is out there telling the New York Times, of course, that Donald Trump, I guess he's saying that he's got all the characteristics of fascism as well. And, part of my monologue in the 5 o'clock hour was that it really does seem like most of America, I believe that most of America, we are beyond this kind of gaslighting. We are beyond this kind of an October surprise. It's like, really? Is this what you have? This story is presented by Jeffrey Goldberg and The Atlantic, the same publication and the same author, the same writer that said that Donald Trump called buried veterans in that cemetery in Paris as suckers and losers. That has been debunked. I believe this story, there's no truth to it whatsoever. And I want to play for you some audio. Aaron sent this to me. Thank you very much, Aaron, because this is an update to the story. Because people are reminding of what the owner of The Atlantic said after she bought The Atlantic. And I want to play for you the audio. It's part of this is a bunch of highbrow mumbo jumbo, but I'm going to play it for you. And basically what she's saying is that she bought The Atlantic for narrative control. That is exactly what we've seen this morning with this accusation that Donald Trump disparaged a murdered Army private. This is what she says. This is the owner from The Atlantic, and she is talking about how she bought The Atlantic for narrative control.
It was pretty obvious to me that we could build, we build out in a very cross-disciplinary way our work in capital investing and policy and philanthropy, and we could do this work forever and ever, and we could have the narrative overtaken by by someone who has a lot of power, who's completely contrary to us, and we could never get to the place where we think we're part of a more just and equal society. And so it was obvious that if we could be part of the creation of cultural narrative, that would enhance and amplify all the work that we're doing.
So you heard what she said. Basically, it sounds like what she's saying is that we bought the Atlantic, she bought the Atlantic so that they could have their own narrative contrary to someone extremely powerful who doesn't share their beliefs in whatever it might be, equity and all that other kind of stuff. So that's, she says, the purpose of the Atlantic is for narrative control, is for putting out narratives that are part of where they want America to go, their narrative and their ideals. It has nothing to do with truth. You'll notice she used the word narrative twice. What do we always say about the news media these days? It's no longer about the truth. It is about narrative. It is about narrative peddling. And so I don't believe this story, and I don't know if a lot of people will believe the story. It's a bombshell of a story where the Atlantic in this hit piece, this October surprise, where they are saying that Donald Trump disparaged this fallen soldier, and what happened is this poor soldier was actually murdered. This is how Fox News portrays the story. Jeffrey Goldberg, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, began a lengthy report published Tuesday about Trump's interaction with the family of 20-year-old Vanessa Guillen, the daughter of Mexican immigrants who was murdered in April of 2020 by a fellow soldier at Fort Hood. After her remains were discovered 2 months later, Donald Trump consoled Guillen's family at the White House and offered to provide financial assistance to cover the cost. According to the story in The Atlantic, the family never received those funds from Donald Trump, but that Donald Trump also said, and this is from Fox News as they tell the story, Goldberg further alleges that during an Oval Office meeting in December of 2020, Trump was outraged when he received that funeral bill for Guillen. At a certain point, according to two people present in the meeting, Trump asked, did they bill us for the funeral? What did it cost? Goldberg wrote, according to attendees and to contemporaneous notes of the meeting taken by a participant, an aide answered, yes, we received a bill. The funeral cost $60,000. Goldberg continues, Trump became angry. He said, it doesn't cost $60,000 to bury a effing Mexican. That's what they say. That's what The Atlantic, peddlers of narratives, and it's all about narrative control. That's what The Atlantic and Jeffrey Goldberg reports that Donald Trump said. Could it possibly be, because I don't believe this for a second. He also supposedly said effing people trying to rip me off. Could it possibly be that the left is so mired in worry and concern and hysteria that Trump is doing so well with the Latino vote that they're trying to smear his name so that they can get some of that Latino vote back? And by the way, Mark Meadows, who was quoted in the story, he says that this absolutely never happened. The attorney for Vanessa Guillen also says he flat out calls Jeffrey Goldberg a liar. And the family of Vanessa Guillen also says that he is lying, that Goldberg is lying. Goldberg laid out another explosive claim in the piece, saying that Donald Trump had once said, I need the kind of generals that Hitler had. People who were totally loyal to him, that follow orders, citing two unnamed sources who allegedly heard him say in the White House. A spokesperson for Donald Trump called the claim absolutely false, telling Goldberg President Trump never said this. And again, Goldberg has no credibility. He is the same guy that said that Donald Trump said buried soldiers in Paris were suckers and losers. That has been debunked. So I don't believe this story. I think a lot of people don't believe this story. I think it is obvious, and I just played you the audio of the owner of The Atlantic talking about how their purpose, their mission is all about narrative peddling and narrative control, and specifically presenting narratives that are contrary to The Atlantic's ideology and belief system, i.e. Donald Trump. And this isn't the first time that The Atlantic has gone after Donald Trump. It certainly won't be the last. But I guess my question is, really, Democrats? Really, Kamala Harris? Really, The Atlantic and Jeffrey Goldberg? Is this really all you've got? This is your October surprise? Do you really think that people are going to buy this? Because I think that the people that will buy this are the ones that already hate Donald Trump. I mean, isn't that obvious? But I think that most people, I think our country and our electorate is a little more sophisticated these days. I don't think that these kinds of surprises, I think this feels so 1990s, feels so 1980s, feels so 1970s. It doesn't feel like 2024 where people are more sophisticated and they know a pointless, factless, baseless hit piece when they see it. 6:16, time to check the roads on WTN. Partly cloudy today, a high of 84 right now, 54 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Barack Obama was in Detroit yesterday.
And here to tell you much more about that, President Barack Obama.
That is Eminem. And people are all excited that Eminem was out there introducing Barack Obama. And then Obama comes bounding up onto the stage as he and Eminem do the whole man hug thing. Then Obama kind of starts rapping a little bit to Eminem.
My palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. Vomit on my sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. I'm nervous, but on the surface I look calm and ready to drop bombs, but I keep on forgetting.
Hey, Johnny. Hey, Joan. Good morning. Should we all just, have, speak like Barack Obama for a day? Speak like a fool for a day? Time to check the traffic.
When does he ever? He never used to.
He's pandering.
He is. He never used to speak like that.
That, by the way, is Obama quoting the song Lose Yourself by Eminem. I wonder if Eminem was backstage like cringing when Obama's doing this. And the people are going crazy, It's like, forget all of the problems that Detroit has. Let's all just go nuts about Barack Obama out there. And by the way, you'll notice that Obama didn't quote himself when he said that Joe Biden was a stronger candidate than Kamala Harris. That's the quote that Obama didn't quote, was himself talking about how Kamala Harris is a weak candidate. So the whole cool factor was attempted there in Detroit last night with Obama and Eminem.
Dun, 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 dun. I thought Eminem was going to be performing. I was going to jump out.
Whatever. It's Barack Obama. I'm watching all of this, and the only thing I could think of was, okay, so at least Eminem, he does have some cred. I'm going to give this to Eminem because he does have some cred because he still lives in Michigan. He still lives in Detroit, apparently, or, Detroit proper, whatever. Nothing like Lizzo. I mean, that whole thing was such a train wreck. So Obama has no credibility. He doesn't want to be out on the campaign trail. Everybody knows that. He said to Biden that Kamala is not as strong as Joe Biden, and clearly that says a lot. I mean, if you've got Obama saying that Kamala is not as strong as Joe, and we know how bad Joe is, holy mackerel. So they're really bringing out the star power, trying to turn things around for Kamala Harris. This is one quote from Barack Obama. And I've decided I didn't want to play a bunch of Obama audio. You're welcome. But this is what he said. The other day, I can't even do Obama. He says, the other day, Donald Trump had a town hall meeting. Now, I've had a lot of town hall meetings, and the point is that you're supposed to listen and then answer questions from your constituents. About 45 minutes into it, you just say, you know what? I don't feel like taking questions anymore, Obama said. And then he just played music for a half hour. Now, a couple of things. Number one, apparently Donald Trump's mic failed at one of these events, and so that's part of what happened. But number two, oh my Lord, to quote J.D. Vance, do you hear yourself? Barack Obama. He's talking about a town hall that Donald Trump had, and Obama says at a town hall, you're supposed to listen and then answer questions from your constituents. Well, you remember what happened? It was in the news yesterday with Maria Shriver, where Kamala Harris had a town hall and nobody was allowed to ask questions.
You're not, unfortunately. We have some predetermined questions, and hopefully I'll be able to ask some of the questions that might be in your head. I hope so.
So somebody might want to mention to Barack Obama, since you're such an expert in town halls, then you might want to tell Kamala Harris what a town hall is, because clearly she has no idea.
You're not, unfortunately. We have some predetermined questions, and hopefully I'll be able to ask some of the questions that might be in your head. I hope so.
622, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, Dan,
Yes?
hang on one second and I'll tell you. Secretary of State Lloyd Austin confirms that Russia is getting some help from the outside. Also, Murfreesboro gets a new bridge. Those stories are coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 622 on Super Talk. I've been a customer of Xfinity for years because they offer rock-solid internet, and these days that is really important. You know how many devices most folks have connected to their Wi-Fi? Let's just say it is a lot. Now, you know how many I have. I've got 20. Seriously, we counted it up the other day. We have 20 devices connected to our Wi-Fi and our internet. Now, a lot of them, of course, keep me connected for work. Same with Amy. And Riker's homework and gaming, it's all being done online, courtesy of Xfinity. Now, next year, we'll probably have even more. And they've engineered their gateways. Xfinity has engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. That's right, hundreds. And now through December 22nd, a great deal. Get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure that your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some by switching today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $56 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up? It's Chris Hand from 99.7 WTN. If you're thinking about advertising this year in 2025 and beyond, you have to combine the power of radio with the power of digital. We do it here flawlessly, and our sales team can hook you up with a package tailored to your exact needs. So if you want to advertise, advertise with me. Advertise with 99.7 WTN. Go to the website for more info, 997wtn.com/epic.
625 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Big news for my friends at DT McCall's. If you've been thinking of buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is your time because gun safes are sales tax free right now at DT McCall's. It is hunting season, so be sure you're keeping your gun safe when you're not in the tree stand with a Liberty gun safe from DT McCall's. They are the largest Liberty safe dealer in the state of Tennessee. Why? Well, free delivery and free setup is one reason. Now, other places, they're going to charge you at least $500 for delivery and setup in bigger models and $300 for smaller models. But at DT McCall & Sons, they deliver every safe for free every time, period, and no setup charge. Security, always important these days, and a Liberty gun safe from DT McCall's can be used for valuables, cash, and jewelry, you name it. So, save some big bucks right now on your Liberty gun safe when you shop at your local DT McCall's. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. .629 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Johnny, I think you one day when I was gone, you had Talk Like a Pirate Day or something. Maybe we do. Maybe we need to have Talk Like Obama Day. Maybe that's what we need to do. One guy, by the way, on the Super Text. What'd you say?
I'll pass.
You'll pass?
Yeah.
Come on, throw something down, Joan.
I can't talk like Obama. How am I doing?
That's pretty
Boy,
good,
you know
actually.
what? Anyway, one guy says, Obama's still trying to convince people he's black. Whatever. All I'm saying is that he sounds pretty ridiculous when he starts talking like this all the time. Because you're right, Johnny. He didn't talk like this, like, ever, unless he's in front of a...
It's a stage thing, right?
Yeah.
It's a thing. I don't know what that is.
Yeah. It's playing to the crowd in front
it's
of you.
pandering. That's what it is.
That's exactly what it is. Assume the room.
Anyway, 629 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. And as a guy who's getting closer, by the way, EJ Hoskins is joining us after the news. As a guy who's getting closer and closer to retirement age, the daunting task of figuring out Medicare is always on my mind, which is why I'm so glad that I have Paul Winkler on my side. I'm going to see him today, as a matter of fact. Now, Paul helps his clients understand Medicare and planning for retirement. Last week, he had a whole workshop on Medicare, and if you missed it, you can still see it on his website, paulwinkler.com/webinars, and it's right there on the front page. Now, Paul had experts on to really help you understand the mistakes you can make when signing up. He spoke about what Medicare covers, what it doesn't, and all the options you may have. So it's not too late. It's all online, paulwinkler.com. He can save you time, money, and help you get ready for what should be the best years of your life, retirement. Online at paulwinkler.com, 615-851-1950.
Good morning now, 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. Stick around. We've got your full forecast and traffic coming up. Well, just into the newsroom this morning, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin confirming now those reports that North Korean troops have moved into Russia to help Russia out.
What exactly they're doing, left to be seen. These are things that we need to sort out.
Austin also saying the addition of the North Korean troops may be an indication that Putin is in more trouble than most people realize. Murfreesboro new bridge opened yesterday. It connects the west side neighborhoods to shopping areas near the Costco. The bridge is named after the borough's longtime mayor, Tommy Bragg.
To have Murfreesboro grow, and it's really very heartening to me to see it happen. And frankly, between 2002 and 2014, we helped plan for that.
The bridge crosses the West Fork Stones River and includes a sidewalk. There are already plans in place to extend that bridge over I-24. Another Midwestern town reports a sudden influx of migrants from Haiti. This time, it's Logansport, Indiana, a town that had been home to just 18,000 people. Now, roughly 5,000 Haitians have moved in, and another 5,000 have moved into nearby areas. Logansport residents report disturbing instances of migrant boys chasing young girls, and one resident says migrants have held up their phones to her living room window, recording her. The Biden-Harris administration launched a program last year that allows more than 200,000 Haitians to be paroled into the U.S. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Losses on the futures market steepening here. Dow futures are now down 205 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:33 on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. You know, working so early in the morning, that first cup of coffee is crucial. So is the second cup, by the way, and the third. Now, for me, I depend on Space Cowboy coffee to get me going. It is my new favorite. It really does inspire me to get downstairs and start brewing that first cup and then start prepping. Now, this is a great local company, Space Cowboy Coffee. They are based in Nashville, and they've got a lot of fans, including me. And right now, if you use promo code Dan, you're going to get 10% off and free shipping when you order $50 or more. So take it from the coffee snob. Space Cowboy Coffee is incredible, and my new current favorite is their all-new espresso. They're going to be out at our election night party on the 5th, helping all of us get through the night, so you can have some great Space Cowboy coffee there, or you can buy some online at spacecowboycoffee.com. Use promo code Dan. Their terrific brand is available in K-Cups, whole bean, or ground. It is the right way to wake up with Space Cowboy Coffee.
Got a heads up for you on 65 southbound lanes just before Harding Place exit 78. Police are reporting that there's somebody walking on the shoulder of that roadway. Pretty dangerous. Again, it's 65 southbound just before Harding Place. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. My company for foundation repair and concrete leveling is United Structural Systems. They fixed my foundation, and they can help you as well. They are awesome, easy to work with, and above all, competent and reasonable. United Structural Systems. Now, if you notice doors and windows sticking, uneven floors, maybe gaps between the trim and the ceiling, these are all signs that you might have a possible foundation issue. And nobody does it better than USS. They've been serving Middle Tennesseans since 1994, and they've helped thousands of satisfied homeowners with great work ethic and communication. USS for all your foundation, concrete leveling, and waterproofing needs. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855. Follow them online. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. USSTN.com. 637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Along with Johnny B, Joan Jones, I'm Dan Mandis. EJ Host is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. EJ, always great to have you on. And, man, what a great morning to have you on. I don't know, did you happen to watch the interview that Kamala did last night on CBS? I've got a couple of sound bites. And I got to tell you, and of course, I'm a conservative, and everybody knows that I don't like Kamala Harris anyway, but there were some moments that were a little cringy. I'm going to play one of them real quick right now, and then I'll get your comments on it. But she was asked about whether or not she was honest with Americans when she said that Joe Biden was fit to run the country.
Can you say that you were honest with the American people about what you saw in those moments with President Biden as you were with him again and again, repeatedly in that time?
Well, prepare for the gaslighting.
Of course. Joe Biden is an extremely accomplished, experienced, and capable in every way that anyone would want if they're president.
And you never saw anything like what happened at the debate night behind closed doors with him?
It was a bad debate. People have bad debates. He is absolutely...
But that's the reason why you're here, and he's not running for the top of the ticket.
Well, you'd have to ask him if that's the only reason why.
What do you think?
You might want to ask Nancy Pelosi what she thinks, because that is, she's one of the people that arranged for Joe Biden to leave the campaign. But EJ, I mean, I don't know if you saw the interview on CBS, but what do you think about that moment?
I did. I watch these things because, well, I know a lot of people don't want to, and they want the clips only, so you can go on X and get them.
And here we are.
Because I want to see more than just the questions asked and the canned answers. I want to see cadence. I want to see what rattles her. You can tell when she has to give an unscripted answer. Her demeanor changes. She shakes her head quite a bit. And then her the tone of her voice gets very high pitched. And so that's a telltale sign of somebody who's trying to convince you of something. And I don't believe that she believes it when she's saying it. And so I find that interesting that after all this time, she still doesn't have an answer for that question. But it's very clear in her response that she doesn't believe what she's saying, in my opinion.
Well, and I love that the reporter said, you know what? The question, and I've said this for a long time, maybe I said it to you, EJ, but I've been saying for a long time, either your judgment is way off or you're lying. And that's exactly what she was asked. Listen.
It's a judgment question. That's why I ask. Can the American people trust you in these moments, even when it's maybe uncomfortable for Americans to level with Americans in that way? So that's why I ask. And it sounds like what you're saying is you feel like you never saw anything like that from President Biden.
I have worked with Joe Biden, hours and hours and hours over these 4 years, whether it be in the Situation Room or the Oval Office. Joe Biden is the one who was able to bring NATO together during a crisis where, for the first time in 70 years, Europe saw and has seen war.
You know, I actually, EJ, love that soundbite because the reporter says it's a judgment question exactly. And so then she goes on to talk about Biden and war and all this. Well, one of the reasons why Russia invaded Ukraine was because of the failed pullout of Afghanistan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, notice that she goes back to her scripted answer, and now she has her more monotone, reasonable, pitch is normal and that sort of thing. So, she goes back to that script and she kind of gets back in the groove of it. But really, she doesn't say anything. She doesn't answer the question, can we trust you? She doesn't answer the question, is it a judgment thing? We're questioning your judgment. Is it, was it a lie or was it judgment? Or, and she doesn't answer. And that's typical for her, though, right? Every answer is scripted. And when she goes off script is when we get these moments of truth. And that just wasn't one of them. The second question there that you played, she goes back to her original tone. It's obviously a canned answer that she's memorized that's in her head.
She was also asked about her trans policies.
Do you believe that transgender Americans should have access to gender-affirming care in this country?
Okay, so EJ, will you help me? So that's not exactly the right question to ask because a lot of people will say, do what you want as an adult, knock yourself out. But number one, who pays for it? Who gets it? Are we talking about kids, gender mutilation, and puberty blockers on 12-year-olds? What are we talking about? Are we talking about inmates? Are we talking about illegal aliens? So to me, and I'll let you comment on that, but that's the wrong question to ask.
Agreed. It's too open-ended and very obvious, the answer, right? Like, of course, people who need medical care should be able to receive medical care, right? Like, that's not a hard question. The definition of medical care and who pays for it and how old are they, that's another whole question. It's a nuanced issue that requires a lot more depth than that very simple question.
It is an incredibly nuanced issue. And this, by the way, was her answer.
I made sure that they changed the policy in the state of California so that every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access to the medical care that they desired and need.
That was an audio bite from, I don't know when that was, a while ago. That was not last night. This is what she said last night.
I believe we should follow the law. I mean, I think you're probably pointing to the fact that Donald Trump's campaign has spent tens of millions of dollars.
Oh, by the way, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but EJ, if you watch this, you know that she said, I'm going to follow the law. And then she went on literally, friends, for like 2 minutes talking about Donald Trump and all things Donald Trump. And it was one of those canned answers. And so, when she says, I'm going to follow the law, to be perfectly candid, I don't really know what that means at this point, because if she was elected president, she could try to change laws.
Right. And clearly she changed the law in California as displayed in your previous clip. So she's really talking in circles here. What I find really interesting, particularly for those of us here in Middle Tennessee who've been deeply affected by it, if the Covenant shooter had made her way to prison, she would have been eligible under a Harris presidency to get a taxpayer-funded trans surgery. And when you put it in those terms and you realize that monster would have been eligible under Kamala Harris to receive a surgery on a taxpayer dime, it's disgusting. And I don't see many people bringing up like other examples of really awful killers, and there are plenty who would be eligible under her policy in California.
More with EJ Hoskins. Got to check the roads real quick on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 645, partly cloudy today, a high of 84. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on WTN. EJ Hoskins is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. EJ, let me ask you this. Unless you have anything else that you want to say about last night's interview with Kamala Harris, I want to move on to her town hall with Maria Shriver that was clearly staged.
You're not, unfortunately. We have some predetermined questions, and hopefully I'll be able to ask some of the questions that might be in your head. I hope so.
Did you think that they cringed backstage when Maria Shriver came out and actually admitted that right before the thing got started? That, well,
yes,
I mean,
the quiet part out loud.
Yes, that's exactly right. I mean, this thing, and it was so quiet and so boring. She's got Liz Cheney out there too. And they're just talking about the same talking points.
And it's funny because it's a town hall. Like, the whole point is that the town gets to ask you questions and you're supposed to be off script, right? But meanwhile, these are the same people that went completely bananas over Donald Trump, quote unquote, staging a McDonald's shift, right? Like, of course that was pre-scripted, not scripted necessarily. Obviously, you can tell by the conversations he had with the workers and things there that it was very off the cuff, but it was pre-planned event because the man is running for president. He's not actually applying for a job at McDonald's.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And they also need to make sure that the cars that go through the drive-thru don't have bombs in them. I mean, there's certain things he needs to do.
Of course. And I'm sure the people were screened coming to the town hall and such too. But, that should be enough. Make sure that they're safe and they're not going to do anything, that they don't bring weapons into a town hall. But other than that, a town hall is supposed to be unscripted. And so, you have, it's just an interview with a live audience at that point. There's no town hall about it.
Real quick, in the news today, we've got the Atlantic and Jeffrey Goldberg. He is out there reporting. I know that it's early and you just got up, but the Atlantic is reporting that Donald Trump called a murdered Army private an effing Mexican. The New York Times also is out there with a hit piece today saying that John Kelly, of course, used to work in the Trump administration, saying that Donald Trump showed fascist tendencies. A lot of these things, of course, supposedly a lot of this happened 4 years ago and some even further back. This is clearly a what they would call an October surprise. I've told the story already twice today. I'm sure you're familiar with it. But do you believe any of this is going to have an impact on the independent voter?
I don't. I really don't. We've heard similar stories in the past that end up being debunked.
Yep.
John Kelly is not somebody who's going to move the needle. Independent voters, if there are any out there that are undecided about which candidate they support, John Kelly is not going to be the one to flip them to one side or the other, right? Like, he might motivate a few people to go out and vote early, but anybody who knows who John Kelly is or who would read The Atlantic, they're already decided. And so I think it's just another nothing burger. It doesn't move the needle. It's funny. We've seen all these stories as Trump supporters over and over and over again. We don't need these stories to help us make our decisions or anything anymore. But what I find funny is, like, it doesn't faze us either. I mean, they could come out with a credible story. And to be clear, I don't really believe this one. I think that's just silly. John Kelly is a massive anti-Trumper and has been for years. But we're buying T-shirts that say, "I'm voting for the felon and the hillbilly."
Yeah.
Like, your silly stories don't faze us anymore, right? Like, the base is hardcore. We are all in. We are putting the signs in the yard, even when they get vandalized. We're all in on the Trump campaign. And so, to see that some rando who used to work there is going to spout off without any, like, recorded evidence that something really awful was said by Donald Trump, we just don't believe it anymore.
No, and part of what I said earlier too is we are a more sophisticated electorate, in my opinion, these days. These kinds of stories don't faze us. This story comes out 2 weeks before the election, even though the alleged meetings and conversations where Trump has supposedly said these things happen over 4 years and beyond. So I think that the American people, even if you're an independent, you recognize this for what it is. I think that we're all just more sophisticated these days. Even if you're somebody who doesn't necessarily support Donald Trump, you see this and you think, okay, 2 weeks before an election, and as far as the effing Mexican comment, and I feel awkward saying that on the radio, but we all know how well Donald Trump is doing with the Latino vote. So this is obviously
Things are calculated.
That
Absolutely.
Exactly. It's calculated. All right. I got 30 seconds left. EJ, anything else that is on your mind this morning?
I just encourage absolutely everybody to take a friend to the polls. Popular vote is going to be important. So even here in Tennessee, we should make sure that our numbers are really, really high so that the folks who want to destroy the Electoral College and our entire way of voting don't get any more fodder, win or lose, after this election.
EJ, how can folks find you on Twitter?
Yep. Jump over to X. Find me at EJ Under the Radar.
All right. EJ Under the Radar on X. Appreciate it, EJ. Always great to have you on. It is 6:52, and Joan Jones is coming up with the news. Hey, Joan.
Hey there. Well, the Secretary of Defense is saying that the rumors about North Korea and Russia are true. Also, why Nashville police are now calling a hit and run a murder. Those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jones. 6:52 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Listen, if you've got a piece of property, maybe a part of your land that you don't know what to do with, think about a pole barn from my friends at Stoltzco. They are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. You know that putting up a pole barn from Stoltzco, it could increase the value of your land big time. You can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, or you can just live in it. The thing is, pole barns from Stoltzco, they are flexible and built really well. You can also plan ahead and build your retirement home. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-622-5992. They have really good Instagram and Facebook accounts as well. They showcase their incredible work. You can find them again on Instagram and Facebook, Stoltzco. You can also find them on their website, STOLTZCO, Stoltzco.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You can always watch us on Super Talk TV. That is on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, the website, 997WTN.com. Of course, YouTube as well. Big news on Donald Trump. That is coming up next. And also the must-hear audio of the day. It's all straight ahead on WTN.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Matt Murphy with Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 2024 is coming to a close, and what a great year it was. We are looking forward to an exciting 2025, and we want you to be a part of it. If you're looking for marketing or digital strategy for your business, we want to be on your team. It is a wonderful three-legged stool. You, me, and the listener, and we want to be a part of your family. So join us at 997WTN.com/epic to find out more, and we'll see you in 2025.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It's 58 degrees, a warm one today. We're going up to 84. The traffic is just ahead. The rumors were true. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin confirming this morning that North Korean troops are now operating inside of Russia.
What it means in terms of where Putin is, you've heard me talk about the significant casualties that he has experienced over the last 2.5 years. This is an indication that he may be even in more trouble than most people realize.
Austin headed back to the U.S. now after a meeting in Rome with the Pope. Israel says it has killed the Hezbollah official who was about to become the terror group's next leader. Hasham Sadin was killed in an airstrike outside of Beirut earlier this month. He had been set to take over for his cousin, Hassan Nasrallah, one of the founding members of the terror group. American Airlines being fined today tens of millions of dollars for how it has treated disabled customers, including disabled veterans.
When the Department of Transportation looked at numbers of mishandled wheelchairs, it found American Airlines had one of the worst records in the industry, in line with American receiving the highest number of wheelchair-related complaints during that same period, including complaints by the Paralyzed Veterans of America for inadequate wheelchair assistance. Complaints included breaking wheelchairs and treating the disabled in an undignified or unsafe manner. The DOT now fining American Airlines $25 million. American Airlines says it is working to improve. Alex Stone, EBC News.
Metro Nashville police pivoting from a hit-and-run investigation into a murder in the case of a man whose body was found in the middle of an East Nashville intersection Monday night. After checking surveillance video, police now say that 59-year-old James Sutton was attacked and beaten by another man and left to die in the street. A surprising development to this man speaking to Channel 4.
Why would somebody just want to have that kind of heart, man? I mean, it's like, it's bad. It's sad. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very sad.
Friends tell police that the victim was a war veteran and spent time at a local ministry. TBI issuing an endangered child alert overnight for 5 young boys from Athens, Tennessee. They're reportedly with their parents, but those parents don't have legal custody of the kids. They're traveling in a 2018 white-colored GMC Acadia with Tennessee plates 521BMMM. Anyone with information is asked to call police. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures on the low side this morning. Dow futures down 208. The NASDAQ futures are minus 63, and the S&P futures are down 12 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a stalled out car on the off-ramp at 24, the westbound lanes, the off-ramp to Almaville Road, that's exit 70. Also in Murfreesboro, 24 westbound near New Salem Highway, that's exit 80. An accident's been reported. And another trouble spot this morning, it's 24. This is the eastbound lanes. There's some tire treads in the right lane at exit 70. That's causing some slowdown as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News for your Wednesday, October 23rd. Hope you're doing well, along with Johnny B, Joan Jones, Dan Mandis here. Hey, coming up at 7:35, going to do a bit of a deep dive on some foreign policy. You know, we've got these leaked documents that detailed some of Israel's plans to strike inside Iran. Those documents were leaked. They were U.S. documents. We're going to talk about that coming up with the Heritage Foundation at 7:35 here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think this is great. Donald Trump is going to be on with Joe Rogan on Friday, or at least it's going to be taped on Friday. Now, the reason I think this is so great is because that is going to be a wide-ranging interview. And Joe Rogan, he has this ability, and I'm saying this in a good way. He has this ability to really sort of connect and get people to talk about things that they typically wouldn't talk about, or, you know, sort of get them off script. Trump is going to be with Joe Rogan, and I think that's going to be a great interview. The reason I think it's going to be a great interview is because right now, I guess Kamala Harris is still, I'm air quoting here, in negotiation to also sit down with Joe Rogan. Now, I really want, she probably won't do it, but I would really love to see Kamala Harris sit down with Joe Rogan, and I'm going to tell you why. Because there was this interview last night on CBS, I think it was, with Kamala Harris. And she basically gaslit her way through. And I want to play this one audio bite where she was asked about her opinion on trans. And what is her opinion on trans surgeries and all this kind of thing. We played some of this audio during my conversation with EJ Hoskins, but this is part of what she said. This is, again, Kamala Harris, and she is talking about trans surgeries and so forth. Listen to what she says.
I made sure that they changed the policy in the state of California.
That's what she said regarding the trans policies in California. This is what she said last night.
I believe we should follow the law. I mean, I think you're probably pointing to the fact that Donald Trump's campaign has spent tens of millions of dollars.
They're trying to define you on this.
Yes,
I'm asking you to define yourself, though. Just broadly speaking, what is your value? Do you believe they should have that access?
Now, she was asked a very specific question. Well, it really wasn't specific. It was kind of open-ended like we talked about last hour. But here's my point.
Believes that people, as the law
she goes
states,
on for about 2 minutes.
Federal law.
I'm not going to force you to listen to it. She goes on for like 2 minutes on Donald Trump.
Necessary. I'm not going to put myself
if that's Joe Rogan, you see, this reporter allowed her to get away with this, allowed her to bloviate, allowed her to filibuster on Donald Trump.
Talk about two cases.
And she never actually answers the question. Joe Rogan won't let her get away with that. Joe Rogan is going to be like, okay, because here's the deal. CBS and NBC and ABC and CNN and MSNBC, all of these various outlets, you know what they give a crap about? Access. They don't give a crap about truth. They give a crap about access. They give a crap about defeating Donald Trump and doing whatever they can to help Kamala Harris. And so because this reporter didn't stop her and say, you just mentioned Donald Trump at least 9 times in a 2-minute period. I didn't count. But what about you? What about your policies? How do you feel about this right now? But the reporter didn't do that. And the reason why the reporter didn't do that is because she cares about access. Where if she tries to push too hard on Kamala Harris, then her campaign is going to say, you know what? No more Kamala for you. She'll never go on that network again. That reporter will never get an interview with Kamala Harris ever again. It's all about access. And again, it's all about political narrative. Joe Rogan doesn't care about that. And I don't mean to, blow a bunch of smoke up Joe Rogan's skirt or whatever, but all I'm saying is that he will look her dead in the eye and he'll say, we just talked about Donald Trump. What about you? What about Kamala Harris? Joe Rogan will do that because, again, he doesn't care about access. He politically, he has praised Kamala Harris for some things, and he's praised Donald Trump for some things. He's criticized Donald Trump for some things, and he's criticized Kamala Harris for some things. But I think this is a great thing for Trump because he and Rogan are going to sit down. That is the most popular podcast in the world. And this is, by the way, something that Donald Trump has always wanted to do. You know that? He has always wanted to sit down with Joe Rogan. Kamala Harris is going in there kicking and screaming if she actually agrees to do it. And again, I'll say for the 90th time that for Kamala Harris, why are you in negotiation? Because isn't it just like, you know what? I'll be there Friday at 5. I mean, that's what, I'm assuming that he and Trump, I guarantee you that Trump wasn't in there saying, or Trump's people weren't in there saying, don't ask him about this. Don't ask him about that. No, but the reason why they're worried about Kamala Harris going in there is because she can't hack it. Because she can't hack an actual interview where there's actual questions that are asked where the reporter won't allow her to bloviate, won't allow her to filibuster, which is exactly what that answer on transgender was last night on CBS. Now, there were some moments with CBS where they actually did push back a little bit, but it really wasn't much of a pushback because just, you know what, the 60 Minutes interview, I liked where that guy, I forget his name, Bill something or another, but he stopped her in her tracks. And he said, whatever it might be, where you're sort of trying to divert. And we don't want you to try to shift or divert. I want to get an answer to this question. Now, ultimately, some of the great questions that were asked that went by the wayside because we know that 60 Minutes tried to edit the interview so that she looked good. And that's a whole different conversation that we've now had ad nauseum. So Donald Trump is going to be on Joe Rogan. I don't know. They're going to tape it on Friday. I don't know when it actually airs. I don't know if they actually edit those things at all. I don't think that they do because it's a podcast. So they don't have to edit for time and all that other kind of stuff. So we'll have to see what happens. I think that's going to be a great interview. And I think for Trump, I think that he's got to really be looking forward to this because it is something that he has advocated for. And again, I think that's important because Trump wants to be able to have an honest conversation with Rogan as opposed to Harris, who is afraid to have an honest conversation. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. $7:15, partly cloudy today, a high of 84. And I think Johnny B told me it was 47?
57.
57 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And appreciate you listening. Speaking of Donald Trump, he was in North Carolina last night, and he had a lot of great things to say.
With your support on November 5th, America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before.
All right, so Trump again in North Carolina. You had Barack Obama. He was introduced by Eminem. This is how he sounded.
And here
Eminem.
to tell you much more about that,
Yep.
President Barack Obama.
There you go. And Obama came out. Yeah, people going crazy. This was in Detroit. And so Obama comes, bounding onto the stage, and he and Eminem, they do the whole man hug thing. And then Obama, he did this. He quoted a song by Eminem.
My palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy.
Right.
Vomit on my sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. I'm nervous, but on the surface I look calm and ready to drop bombs, but I keep on forgetting. Mom's a sweater.
I think he said something about spaghetti in there. I'm not
Yeah,
really
he
sure
did.
what it was. Was there? That's the song "Lose Yourself."
Yeah. I think he lost himself, definitely.
I'm sure it's poetry. So the whole cool factor thing was attempted there in Detroit last night with Obama and Eminem. Here's more.
Dun, 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 dun. I thought Eminem was going to be performing. I was going to jump out.
Here's the funny thing, though. So, I mean, whatever. I mean, they have to pull out the stars like Eminem and Oprah and Lizzo and all that because Harris needs the support. They need the help. What Obama didn't quote, and I mentioned this earlier, what Obama didn't quote, he was so busy quoting Eminem, he didn't quote himself when he admitted to Joe Biden that Biden himself was a stronger candidate than Kamala Harris. He didn't quote that. Now, if you go to my my X feed, at Dan Mandis Show, I post stuff all the time. You'll see some of this audio. Now, it's like 2.5 minutes. And it's a guy who looks like he's working at like a gas station in Chicago. And what he did was he asked the people, they're all black, who they were going to vote for, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. This is some of what I could air.
Who you voting for? Trump. Come on, bro. Harris tells backwards, bro. What? Harris. Man, we not voting for that, man. We voting for Trump, man. Why? Trump be looking out for the black community, man. We ain't doing nothing, man. And who you voting for, Trump or Kamala? Man, Trump.
I mean, it goes on. And I'm going to tell you that the people, this audio is not for the faint of heart because I had to edit a lot out. And they were talking about Kamala Harris and how they didn't like her. And they certainly didn't appreciate the Venezuelans that have now infected and impacted Chicago.
Immigrants. I'm black. Them Venezuelans taking all our bread. They out here creating gangs. They have gang banging, breaking in abandoned cribs. So you don't like an open border? Nope. We need that border. Hey, what are your thoughts on when Trump got shot? Hey, don't try to take my boy out. Make America great again. Hell yeah. Make America great again. Hey, Trump or Kamala? Trump, be honest. Why Trump, though? Why Trump? Because, we was able for us to get jobs. It's hard for us to get jobs now because immigrants taking over.
I mean, there you go. Now, I don't know if all of these guys are registered to vote. It'd sure be nice if they were. But I'm telling you that those guys have a lot more credibility than this guy.
I thought Eminem was going to be performing. I was going to jump out.
All right. So I'd be pretty confident that those guys in Chicago would not really be impressed by Barack Obama coming out. One of the things that, and I read a whole thing on this, one of the things that is going on is, and I talked about this last week, where you got a lot of people on the left who just, they can't believe that Latino voters and black voters, specifically young black men, are voting for or supporting Donald Trump. They just can't believe it. Don't they know the dog whistles, right? I mean, the whole thing. And one of the things that they say, it's like what I said earlier about how we're a much more sophisticated electorate these days, where people like the audio that I just played, those guys, they don't listen to the dog whistles. They don't care. For a lot of these guys, you know what? Obama is like some historical figure. They remember Donald Trump, and Trump is relevant now. And they remember more what Trump's economy was like. And they remember a time when they weren't overrun by all of these Venezuelans in their neighborhood. That's what they remember. And so the whole hit piece this morning that I've been talking about off and on all morning in the Atlantic and also the New York Times, calling Donald Trump a fascist yet again, and all the hand-wringing of the people on the left. Well, how is it these guys could support a fascist? Well, they don't see it that way. They see Donald Trump as somebody who's not a racist or a fascist, They see somebody that has been looking out for their community, looking out for their country, protecting their jobs, protecting America, and not so worried about what is going on, for example, in Ukraine, and worried about a strong southern border. That's what these guys relate to. And that's why Obama going out there and doing his, silliness with Eminem, it's like, okay, whatever. But the bottom line is that right now, the Latino vote and the black vote, right now, that could be the key to the success for Donald Trump. And that is why the left is absolutely panicking. 722 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones, what is coming up in the news at 7:30?
What the data tells us about early voting across the country. Also, 5 young boys are missing from their homes in southern Tennessee, and now a critical alert has been issued. We've got those stories and more at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. These days with kids and now grandkids, it's more important than ever to have clean carpets, and that is why I use Zero Res to keep my carpets clean and our little ones safe. Now, they don't use harsh chemicals, and they do leave your carpets insanely clean. No soap and no residue, just soft, fluffy carpets that are going to stay clean longer. Yes, Dan Mandis here, and yes, I've been a Zero Res customer for years. Now, cold and flu season is just around the corner, and your carpet is one of the largest filters in your home. Keep it clean and your family healthy with my friends at Zero Res. They've got a great deal going on right now. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119. You're also going to get a free hallway, and you can get $100 off of air duct cleaning using the promo code FRESH100. Restrictions may apply. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. Don't forget that great deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119. Also, they're going to throw in a free hallway. Find them online. It's ZeroResNashville.com. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
729, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So much news going on today. All right, listen, coming up next, we're going to do a quick interview on these leaked documents from our own government. And it's from the intelligence agencies, apparently, and leaked documents. And they give information on Israel and their plans to attack Iran. So the question is, where did these documents come from? How is it they were leaked? Who leaked the documents? And will this be a blow to Israel? So that story for you and a whole lot more straight ahead. 729 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. What if you could take all of your high-interest debt, like credit cards and car loans, and just consolidate everything into one lower payment and get it done by January? My friends at Loan Pronto can help you do just that. So stop stressing and call them today to get started. Now, look, we've got the lowest rates in 2 years. So right now is the perfect chance to use your home's equity and save big time going into the new year. They've got rates with APRs in the low fives, and they're getting homeowners hundreds of thousands of dollars out of their home's equity. Homeowners who do this can save, on average, $850 a month. Loan Pronto offers a ton of options, including total refis or their express equity lines of credit. So call right now, get a rate quote in just minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. Call today, and you won't make a house payment till 2025. LoanPronto.com, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to call for your free rate quote. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. On approved credit, NMLS ConsumerAccess.org.
Good morning. It's 7:31 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We have some problems on 24 this morning. I want to tell you about an accident blocking the left shoulder at Old Hickory Boulevard. That's 24 West Old Hickory Boulevard. That's the shoulder is blocked. Also, the HOV lane in that same area is blocked by another crash. This is around exit 62. We'll tell you more about those things coming up in traffic in just a couple of moments. The University of Florida's election lab is saying that close to 20 million Americans have already voted 2 weeks before Election Day. A look at the early data with ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
Available party registration of those voting early offers a bit of fodder for prognosticators. In the key battlegrounds of Arizona and Nevada, ballots cast or mailed so far by registered Republicans now outnumber those cast or mailed by Democrats. In North Carolina, at last check, slightly more registered Democrats than Republicans had taken part in early voting. But in Pennsylvania, the overwhelming majority of mail-in ballots returned so far have been sent in by registered Democrats.
A statewide alert has been issued for 5 boys who may have been taken by their non-custodial parents. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation says those boys, along with the parents, are traveling in a white GMC Acadia from the town of Athens, Tennessee. Anyone with information is asked to call police. Metro Nashville police are searching for a man who attacked a woman outside an East Nashville community center. Police are saying she had been sleeping on a bench when the man asked her for a lighter and then tried to sexually assault her. She yelled out. That man ran away. Now, it's an incident that's resonating with neighbors.
I think it's definitely, it puts me on edge. Someone who assaulted a woman in a community park where there are a ton of residents, a ton of people who could be at risk.
The only description that they have of the suspect is that it was a man wearing a sweatshirt with a mustache. Market Numbers Report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures are pointing down 217 points right now. The NASDAQ futures are minus 61 and the S&P futures losing 13 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Joan? You know, when the real estate market slows down, Mark Spain Real Estate, they can really help you out with their guaranteed offer. Now, with the guaranteed offer, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Absolutely hassle-free. You know, fall can be a busy time, and trying to sell your home can be overwhelming with the guaranteed offer. You'll be on the market, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. And the best part? No stress. Now, one of their clients, Walker, said we had to move fast and we were worried the process would take too long and we'd have to spend a lot of money on repairs. Mark Spain gave us an offer in 3 days for over our asking price. Now, they've got over 12,500 five-star reviews, and you can trust Mark Spain to sell your home fast and for the most money. Call them at 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can find them online. It's markspain.com to find out what your guaranteed offer would be on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Couple of trouble spots, and they are both in Laverne on the westbound lanes of 24 this morning. Couple of accidents, 24 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard. That's blocking the left shoulder. Same spot, 24 westbound Old Hickory Boulevard. The HOV lane is blocked. Also this morning, an accident at French Landing Drive and Vantage Way, Metro Center. Also Metro Center, that accident has been reported and just taken off the screen by police. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
It doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
.738, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to get right to the Newsmaker Hotline. Welcome in from the Heritage Foundation National Security Analyst. Daniel Flesch is with us. Daniel, thank you very much for being here. Alarming, the story the FBI has now confirmed that there were some documents, U.S. intelligence documents that were leaked, and basically they were leaked, and the information was pertaining to Israel attacking inside of Iran. So I guess, first of all, my big question is, what was in these documents and how big of a blow, if any, is this to Israel?
Yes, well, good morning, Dan. Thank you for having me here. So these documents purport to show some of Israel's options in responding to Iran's attack from October 1st. If you recall, that was its second direct attack with ballistic missiles on Israel. And so these documents purport to show options that Israel is considering exercising in its response. It's unclear, first off, if those are all of the options, but certainly there are some of them. It's a big blow on a number of levels. One is certainly trust between the U.S. and Israel, which is, I would argue, at perhaps an all-time low right now. How can Israel trust the U.S. government not to leak intentionally or otherwise sensitive information about its battle plans, not only against Iran, but against Hamas, Hezbollah, and the other enemies in the region? In addition, certainly operational security for Israel in its response. And finally, I'd say let's look inward. There is a significant Iranian influence operation inside our government that we need to take much more seriously than we have been. And so this leak shows a number of different exposures that we have in the United States.
There was along those lines, and you're going to have to fill in the pieces here, Daniel, but the FBI right now, aren't they investigating the Biden administration's special envoy to Iran? I think the guy's name is Robert Malley, over allegations that he was improperly handling secret information as well, potentially, according to the Wall Street Journal, moving classified materials to a personal email account. He's now on unpaid leave. But, that kind of plays into what you just said, where I guess it's kind of a head scratcher. What's going on over there in the Biden administration?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So Robert Malley was the Biden special envoy for Iran because the Biden administration wanted to restart the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear agreement, and negotiations were ongoing for most of the administration up until about a year and a half ago. And Robert Malley was the point person on that. And it's unclear exactly what happened. All we know from public reporting is that sometime early last year, his security clearance was revoked and then he was placed on administrative leave. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's teaching at Princeton now or somewhere. But it shows that, again, the coziness with which this administration has with the Iranians is really suspect. And beyond that, there's been other investigations into other senior individuals in the Defense Department who are part of an Iranian study group that have close ties with the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, essentially the regime's innermost military operations. So it's not just Robert Malley, it's not just one or two bad apples, it's an overall trend of the individuals in this administration, and a lot of these people were part of the Obama administration as well. They're kind of holdovers from that, because this line of thinking that Iran should be a normal member of the community of nations, you find sympathizers within the government, and then it's unclear if these individuals leaked the information. The FBI is looking into that. But again, even if they did not, the fact is that we have Iran sympathizers at the highest levels of Defense Department and state.
Well, it's no secret that it seems like Biden has been enabling Iran through the ignored sanctions and all of the things that they've done to allow Iran to sell oil to China. Therefore, Iran has all of this money to fund terrorism around the world. Of course, Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthi rebels. This is something that really is consistent with what seems like the Biden administration's foreign policy. We also know that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they've not always been sort of unequivocal in their support of Israel, and they're defending themselves against future terrorist attacks. So that is all kind of consistent with this mindset that you're talking about.
Absolutely. The administration has kind of had a Jekyll and Hyde approach to Israel. Oftentimes they've said that they'll always say our support for Israel's right to exist is steadfast and ironclad, et cetera, et cetera. That's all well and good, but when the chips are down, what are you doing in terms of not only negotiating, putting pressure on Israel against Hamas, for example, for a potential ceasefire to return hostages? What are you doing in terms of withholding arms to Israel? What are you doing with, as Biden said back in April when Iran launched its first attack against Israel, for Israel not to respond to, quote unquote, take the win? So all these things have amounted to a pressure campaign against our ally in the Middle East as it fights for a war of survival against multiple enemies, the leader of which is Iran. And at the end of the day, Israel and this administration have had two diverging goals in this war. For Israel, understandably, it's victory, because anything short of victory could mean actually existential defeat. For this administration, the goal has been quiet. They want quiet ahead of the elections, which now we're obviously 2 weeks away. They want quiet so as not to disrupt anyone on their left flank, which they can't appease anybody. But they've had two different goals, and we see that with the administration now putting pressure on our ally, and always forgetting, it seems, that there are still Americans being held hostage in Gaza. So it's not like we are an impartial observer to this war. We should absolutely 100% be on the side of the Israelis and demonstrating that not with our political support, but also our military support.
Seems like, Daniel, every couple of days, Israel has taken out another terror leader in the news today. CNN reporting possible Hezbollah successor has been killed, according to the Israeli military. Coming up, Daniel, I got to take 15 seconds for traffic. Busy day here, but coming up next, I'm going to ask you probably a silly question, but how many guys do we have to take out before this thing is over? Details straight ahead, 7:45. Time to check the roads. Partly cloudy, a high of 84, 57 now, and appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Daniel Flesch is joining us, national security analyst for the Heritage Foundation, and talking about Israel and these leaked documents. A little bit further in this conversation, headline this morning, Peter, possible Hezbollah successor, Hashim Salfadin, killed, Israeli military says. And Daniel, so I've got to ask, every couple of days it seems like we're taking out a terror leader from either Hamas or Hezbollah. But it seems like they don't run out of these guys. And so at what point is Israel able to somehow declare total victory? I mean, is that even possible at this point?
We're nearing that point. I mean, certainly these organizations have political and military hierarchies. So Israel's been trying to, and successfully, degrading them over the last number of months. And we've had a string of successes. The leaders of Hezbollah and Hamas have been taken out, something that was really inconceivable a year ago, in the early days of the October 7th wars, and even before. These guys were seen as almost untouchable. And at the end of the day, they can be replaced. Now, there's not a one-to-one replacement with individuals who can take their place and still command forces in the field or command the political hierarchies as effectively as Nasrallah did with Hezbollah. He was the leader for 32 years, as Yahya Sinwar did for Hamas. He obviously was a mastermind of the October 7th attacks, a lot of gravitas and status. But at the end of the day, these organizations can replace them. But if you really want to, as you mentioned, declare total victory, the threat is not from Hezbollah and Hamas. Certainly there's been wars there, but it's really from Iran. Because so long as Iran is there to help refund, resupply, retrain, and rearm Hezbollah and Hamas, then these organizations will just crop up again. And if not them, then another organization in a different iteration. So while it's very important for Israel to defeat Hamas, which it's on its way to doing, to defeat Hezbollah, we can't forget that 80,000 Israelis have been displaced from their homes in the north due to the war since October 8th. But the real war is against Iran. The proxies are just the tactical fronts, but Iran is really the strategic enemy.
I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record, but the obvious answer here is, and I know you can't talk politically, but seems to me like the obvious answer here is a new president comes into office, Donald Trump, who does what he did before and really crushes Iran's economy so that they simply don't have the money to fund all of this terrorism. Is it just that simple? There's got to be more.
Well, in many ways, it starts with that. If you look at the cash reserves that the Iranian regime had on hand at the end of the Trump administration, it was something around $6 billion, which is an amount that the country the size of Haiti would have. And then on October 6th or October 7th, I think Iran had something on the order of $70 billion in cash reserves. So with all this cash, what is it doing? Certainly the threat from Iran is multifold. It's the pursuit of nuclear weapons. It is the ballistic missiles, as we've seen. But also, as we're talking about, it is its proxy organizations around the region. And how does it support them? With cash. So at some point, you need to cut off the cash supply from the Iranians, not only with not allowing them to access the international market, but also to sell oil, to impose sanctions on them, to make them to hit them where it hurts the most. And if we're not going to do that, then the Iranian regime knows that they can outlast any administration and just wait for the next one.
One of the things that, last question here, and Daniel, great conversation. You got the Democrats out there that are screaming about Donald Trump. He pulled out of the Iranian nuclear deal, and now they're saying that Iran is ever so closer to a nuclear bomb. Remind us, there is very specific reasons why Trump pulled out of the deal, the least of which was that he said, and many others said, that Iran simply wasn't sticking to the deal.
Yeah, there were two fundamental flaws in the nuclear deal. One was the belief, the erroneous belief that Iran, as I mentioned earlier, wanted to become a quote-unquote good standing member of the community of nations.
Yeah.
It does not want that. That's not its goals. That's not the regime's goals at all. It might be the Iranian people's goals, and we could distinguish them from the regime, but it's not the regime's goals. That's number one. And number two was that the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear agreement, it would eventually sunset about after 10 years or 12 years, depending on different clauses, which means the Iranians just have to wait out a few administrations, wait out the 10 to 15-year timeline, and then they could sprint towards a bomb. So it was not a binding agreement that would be long-lasting. It actually had a shelf life. So those two things showed that it was actually a disastrous deal, in addition to other considerations as well.
Well, if I may, real quick,
yeah.
One of the other problems was that they were using, the lifted sanctions to buy more conventional weapons, and they were consistently threatening Israel.
Right. So this is the other element as well, is that the Iran nuclear agreement just focused on, understandably, the Iran nuclear program. But the threat from Iran was not just the nuclear program. It's also its military capabilities and its funding of proxies. So it was flush with cash, able to support Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis in Yemen, and other organizations. So the agreement just focused on one aspect of the Iranian threat, even though the Iranian threat is multifold. And so it wasn't, a few weeks ago, or actually I think sometime in September, Blinken mentioned at the Aspen Security Forum that Iran is now a few weeks away from sprinting towards a nuclear weapon. That wasn't the case under President Trump, and that's the case now. So that's a pretty stark reminder of different policies, what they yield.
All right, great conversation. Daniel Flesch from the Heritage Foundation, National Security Analyst for the Heritage Foundation. Thank you very much, Daniel. It is 7:51 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line, by the way, is open at 615-737-9986. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8.
Well, Dan, McDonald's is holding more than the pickles and the lettuce. They're 86ing the quarter pounder altogether. Also, a
what?
Yes.
What?
I'll tell you the story coming up.
That's blasphemous.
Yes.
That's the only thing that I will ever eat at McDonald's if I want to add to my cholesterol.
Well, you have to wait a little while.
That's un-American.
They'll bring it back.
That is un-American. You might as well burn the flag, man. I'm just kidding. Never mind. All right.
Also want to tell you that a former Trump administration official is making damning claims against the former president. Those stories and more coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:52 on Nashville's Morning News. Friends, if you ever wanted to live by the lake, a great opportunity is coming up this Saturday, October 26th. Again, this Saturday, Tennessee National is an incredible resort. Golf and marina community, 20 minutes outside of Knoxville, Tennessee, and they're releasing a limited number of lots, again, this coming Saturday. It is Tennessee National's great fall sales event with updates and upgrades on lake townhomes, outdoor living spaces, and a whole lot more. How about 2 years of free boat rentals, $10,000 off of golf memberships, plus 50% off of a brand new golf cart. And that's just the beginning. There's also incredible properties and amenities like 3.5 miles of shoreline, pickleball courts, a massive restaurant and clubhouse, and 10 miles of walking trails. It is Tennessee National. This coming Saturday, they'll be releasing these lake lots to the public, so check them out online. It's TennesseeNational.com. That's TennesseeNational.com. Call them, tell them that Dan Mandis told you to reach out, reserve your time. Times are limited. 865-408-9992. 865-408-9992. TennesseeNational.com. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. Right now, we are bringing results for our clients using both our radio and digital assets. 2025 is going to be a huge year, not only here in Tennessee, but of course, across America. If you want to jump on board, again, we're offering great incentives. Find us online, 997WTN.com, and let's talk. $7:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't know, Joan. I don't know, Johnny. I might be calling BS, although I don't know.
On
8088 says that he is listening to us while on a ship off the coast of Morocco.
What?
That's what he says.
Say what?
He's just trying to make us jealous.
Yes, and it's
Well,
working.
I was going to
Yeah,
say, he
it's working.
succeeded. So I told him to send me a picture.
Yeah, there you go.
Because remember, wasn't Johnny, somebody said they were listening from Spain, and so I said, send a picture.
Oh, we've had them listening.
He sent a picture from Spain.
We've had them listening from even, Guantanamo Bay. We've had them say they listen to us down there.
Wow.
They use it to torture the prisoners. What they do. Anyway, moving on.
That also works.
Yes, it does.
Mandis or waterboarding, choose your poison. All right, moving right along. It is 7:58 on WTN.
Well, good morning. 8 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 60 degrees. It's going to be a warm one today. Stick around for the full forecast coming up. Well, you won't find a quarter pounder at McDonald's today. An E. coli outbreak has been linked to the burgers, and for now, they are off the menu.
An E. coli outbreak linked to McDonald's quarter pounders is blamed for one death, and the CDC says at least 49 people have been sickened. 10 hospitalized, including a child. The outbreak reported in 10 states. Most cases, 27, are in Colorado, where an elderly person died.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey. Now, it's just the latest in the food recalls. Officials also dealing with a listeria contamination, prompting a recall of ready-to-eat meat products distributed to schools and restaurants under several brand names. Frozen waffles sold at several chains have also been recalled because of possible listeria, and 10 deaths are blamed on a listeria outbreak linked to Boar's Head deli meats this year. A former Trump administration official is using his final 2 weeks of the campaign to try to sink his former boss's chances at the White House.
Donald Trump's former chief of staff and retired General John Kelly with a blistering rebuke of the Republican nominee for president, calling him a fascist with no concept for the rule of law or the Constitution. He says he made the decision to speak out now after Trump talked about using the military against what he called the enemy within. In a statement, the Trump campaign writing, John Kelly has totally beclowned himself, calling the stories fabricated.
ABC's Rachel Scott reporting. Meantime, President Biden stunned people attending a New Hampshire campaign office, telling those in attendance that the man who could succeed him should be locked up.
I know this sounds bizarre. It sounds like if I said this 5 years ago, you'd lock me up. We got to lock him up. Politically lock him up. Lock him out. That's what we have to do.
A Trump campaign spokesperson is asking Vice President Kamala Harris to condemn Biden's remarks. Tennessee State House Minority Whip Jason Powell pleading with Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell and Police Chief John Drake to do more to protect the people who use the greenways. Powell wrote a letter to O'Connell saying that he helped to stop 2 unleashed dogs from mauling a woman at the 7 Mile Creek Greenway just days after Alyssa Locketts was killed by a man at Mill Creek Greenway. He's calling for police to routinely patrol those greenways. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Got some steep losses here in the futures market. The Dow Jones Industrials futures minus 241. NASDAQ futures are down 89 points, and the S&P futures losing 20. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. Joan Jones, WTN News. an accident this morning in Bordeaux. This is on Clarksville Pike at Rosa Parks Boulevard, and another one that's blocking the left lane on 24 westbound. That's at Old Hickory Boulevard, exit 62. Been there a while, too. An accident as well in Metro Center at French Landing Drive and Vantage Way. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Do you think that when, like, Democrats and members of the media, when they sleep, do they see, like, fascists in their dreams? Because for the love of all that is holy, it is all they're talking about on CNN this morning.
They see Donald Trump with a Hitler mustache.
That's exactly what they see, Johnny. General John Kelly is, apparently he was on Morning Joe on MSNBC and Morning Joe. Apparently people are letting me know that, yeah, one of the things that they said was vast majority of young American men are gravitating towards fascism. And it's like, where's the people that say without evidence? Where's the without evidence people? That's what I want to know. Where is there evidence that males in America are gravitating towards fascism? Because you can't simply say that it's because they support Donald Trump, you ninnies. Good Lord. No wonder Donald Trump serving French fries in McDonald's triggered these people. And I don't get mad. Like, I don't get mad anymore. I laugh at them. I mean, I would like to listen to this whole John Kelly interview, but I'm speaking on the radio right now, so I can't. But, you know, the big news story of the several news stories of the day that we've been talking about, of course, is this one. Well, there's two big stories. Number one is that you have people that are accusing Donald Trump of calling a slain American soldier a effing Mexican, which feels really weird to say on the radio, but I mean, it's all over the news, so I have to. Now, again, this is based on two anonymous sources. Nobody is going on the record to confirm this. As a matter of fact, more people are saying that Donald Trump never said that than are going on the record and saying that he did. And you've also got apparently John Kelly now saying that Donald Trump, telling the New York Times, John Kelly is saying that, you know, Trump is just like Hitler, you know, fascist and all that stuff. And it's sort of like, enough already. But it's all they have left. I think that the state of panic within the Democrat Party, it is so incredibly evident. It is screaming in their actions. This Atlantic piece, brought to you by the same so-called journalist that brought you the fake losers and suckers story, is out there this morning, and it is all over the place. And so I have to once again spend valuable time of my radio program debunking this and making sure that you understand that when your liberal family members and friends, when they come to you and they say, oh, did you hear what Donald Trump supposedly said 4 years ago? You're armed with the truth. Jeffrey Goldberg, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, began a lengthy report published on Tuesday about Donald Trump's interaction with the family of 20-year-old Vanessa Guillen, the daughter of Mexican immigrants who was murdered in April of 2020 by a fellow soldier at Fort Hood. After her remains were discovered 2 months later, Donald Trump consoled Guillen's family at the White House and offered to provide financial assistance to cover the funeral costs. According to the story in The Atlantic, now remember, The Atlantic is a Trump hit piece machine. I mean, this is what they do. According to The Atlantic, the family never received those funds from Donald Trump, but Trump also said, and this is from Fox News as they tell the story, Goldberg further alleged that during an Oval Office meeting in December 2020, Donald Trump was outraged when he received the funeral bill for Guillen, because remember, he offered to cover the costs. Here's the quote. At a certain point, according to two people present at the meeting, Trump asked, "Did they bill us for the funeral? What did it cost?" Goldberg wrote, according to attendees and to contemporaneous notes of the meeting taken by a participant, anonymous, an aide answered, "Yes, we received a bill. The funeral cost $60,000. Goldberg continued. Trump became angry, supposedly saying it doesn't cost $60,000 to bury an effing Mexican. He turned to his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and issued an order. Don't pay it. Later that day, he was still agitated. Can you believe it? He said, according to a witness. Effing people trying to rip me off. I don't believe that for a second. And I know most of you folks don't either. Now, you Trump haters, you hate listeners, you know, to be perfectly candid, I don't care what you think. But here's what the story says. The personal qualities displayed by Trump in his reaction to the cost of the Guillen funeral, contempt, rage, racism, hardly surprised his inner circle. Goldberg told readers Trump has frequently voiced his disdain for those who serve in the military and for their devotion to duty, honor, and sacrifice. Really? Has Donald Trump voiced his disdain for those who serve in the military for their devotion to duty, honor, and sacrifice? Now, I know that he and John McCain had some differences, but nowhere at any given time has Donald Trump ever voiced a disdain or a hatred for the military and their devotion to duty, honor, and service. It just hasn't. And so you've got this guy, this writer for The Atlantic, Goldberg, who is doing the bidding of the Democrat Party. Now, realize what's going on right now. Donald Trump just yesterday, when this thing came out, just yesterday, had a very successful town hall with Latinos for Trump, where he answered questions. They weren't controlled questions. They weren't predetermined questions. And it also comes at a time when Donald Trump is doing really well with the Latino vote. And by the way, there are more people, as I said previously, there are more people that are going on the record with their names that are saying this did not happen. Because all these folks that are saying it did happen are anonymous. Why anonymous? Here's the thing that I've never really understood. Because the people who are haters of Donald Trump, they are lifted up in Washington, D.C. They are put on their pedestals. People love it when you're somebody that comes out and bashes Donald Trump. So why are they anonymous again? Inquiring minds want to know. People who are not anonymous are saying that this whole thing was BS, including the people who were involved in this supposed conversation. Mark Meadows, who was quoted in the story, says, yeah, this whole thing never happened. Even the family of the Army Private Vanessa Guillen, they came out swinging against Goldberg. What they have to say is coming up next. It is 8:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN. Partly cloudy today and a high of 84, right now 59 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So what is the family of the murdered member of the military say about this story regarding Donald Trump. They say it's BS. They say that this is something that you and the American people should not believe. This is what the family attorney says. After having dealt with hundreds of reporters in my legal career, this is unfortunately the first time I have to go on record and call out Jeffrey Goldberg at The Atlantic. Not only did he misrepresent our conversation, but he outright lied in his sensational story. The attorney writing on X, more importantly, he used and exploited my clients and Vanessa Guillen's murder for cheap political gain. He says, I would also like to point out that the timing of this story is quite suspicious, as this supposed conversation that Donald Trump had would have occurred 4 years ago. Why is this a story now? Well, it's obvious because we're 2 weeks before an election and Donald Trump is doing really well with the Latino vote. So why not bring this to the table now? She goes on to say, the attorney goes on to say, as everyone knows, not only did Donald Trump support our military, he also invited my clients to the Oval Office and supported the I Am Vanessa Guillen bill as well. Finally, she says, I'm grateful we were successful in getting bipartisan support of the I Am Vanessa Guillen Act. And because of everybody's hard work and efforts of our military members, they now have more protections and rights while serving our country. Even Guillen's sister, Myra Guillen, also blasting Jeffrey Goldberg's report and voiced her support for Donald Trump. She says, wow, I don't appreciate how you're exploiting my sister's death for politics. Hurtful and disrespectful to the important changes she made for service members, Guillen said. President Donald Trump did nothing but show respect to my family and Vanessa. As a matter of fact, she says, I voted for Donald Trump today. She wraps it up by saying my sister's death was never to be politicized. Unbelievable. She continued on. So you know what? Who are you going to believe? A couple of anonymous sources, or are you going to believe the family member that is involved, the family of the military veteran that is involved in this story? I'm not believing anonymous sources. I'm believing the family of the murdered member of the military, Vanessa Guillen. That's who I'm believing. Goldberg, by the way, laid out another explosive claim in the piece that Donald Trump had once said, I need the kind of generals that Hitler had, people who were totally loyal to Hitler, that follow orders, citing, again, 2 unnamed sources. Of course, John Kelly, Trump's former chief of staff, is out there talking about this today as well. Kelly has been a hater of Donald Trump nonstop. So, and John Bolton is out there is basically saying the same thing. Basically, you know what's going on in the culture of news media is that if you are a person who used to work in Donald Trump's administration, whether you're a John Bolton, whether you are anybody who worked in his administration, a John Kelly, and you're willing to go out there and swing against Donald Trump, regardless as to what you're saying is true or not, you've got like a permanent gig because you're like a unicorn to them. You are somebody who used to work in the Trump administration, and you will say anything to avenge your termination. Because as Donald Trump says, a lot of these folks were terminated. A lot of these people were fired. And the same guy, this Jeffrey Goldberg, was the same guy that said that Donald Trump saying that buried soldiers in Paris were suckers and losers, which, by the way, that is a story that was also debunked. So it's the same guy as the suckers and losers story. So how much do you believe a guy who writes this big, long article about Donald Trump saying this thing about, I'm air quoting, effing Mexicans or what have you, and that has basically been debunked by the family and by Mark Meadows. So if that clearly is false, then how much do you believe the other stuff about how Donald Trump supposedly said that he needed the kind of generals that Hitler had. Because he's already proven himself to be a liar. That's the thing. He's already proven himself to be a liar. So, honestly, I don't really put much behind it. But the media, well, you should have seen Wolf Blitzer, man. He was like all in last. I'm watching this on CNN last night. He is like all in. Completely ignoring the fact that the family's attorney, Mark Meadows, all of them said this is a fabrication, said that this is not true. And if this is the October surprise that the left has, all right, well, you know what? It's not much of a surprise. It's actually incredibly predictable. Fox News puts it this way. Notably, Goldberg was also the journalist behind the 2020 report alleging then-President Trump disparaged fallen soldiers buried in that Paris cemetery as suckers and losers. Those that were buried were suckers, and the land was filled with losers back in 2018. They say all of which was based on, again, anonymous sources. Both Trump and the White House, they strongly deny Goldberg's reporting at the time, and they continuously have denied his reporting. And even today, they're saying this simply is not true. You know, these members of the media, what they're doing is, and I've been saying this for a long time, is they'll just say anonymous sources as a way to be able to make these kinds of reports without, quite frankly, offering any proof. And it used to be utilizing anonymous sources. It was something that was sort of, revered in journalism. You've got your sources, you've got your anonymous sources, and they're telling us this, and they're telling us that. But these days, the utilization of anonymous sources, they're basically using that as an opportunity to go after Donald Trump without any real evidence at all. And I'm sorry, but you can't sit here and tell me that anonymous sources in this instance is real evidence, because it's clearly not. And again, it's coming from the same guy that had that debunked story about the buried soldiers in Paris being suckers and losers. That was debunked. This is a bunch of BS as well. We're 2 weeks in front of an election, and I'm not surprised that this came from Jeffrey Goldberg and The Atlantic, and I'm also not surprised that CNN and all of these jokers on MSNBC, they are all in because they are panicking. They know that they're losing, and quite frankly, it's kind of fun to watch. And I don't know if this is going to have any impact on the independent voters. I mean, Donald Trump supporters, let's face it, we're more sophisticated than the left, so we know BS when we see it. I don't know if this is going to impact independent voters or not. I really don't. I would like to say that it won't. I'd like to say that it won't, but I don't know if it will or not. I can't see that they would base an opinion based on just this story, because this is more of the same. This is more of the same that we have been seeing for literally years with Donald Trump. And so for me, it gets a big old yawn. Whatever. But know that if you see that, and if somebody tries to hit you with that, now you have all the information. 8:23, Joan Jones is coming up with the news at 8:30. Joan, what's up?
Secretary of State Lloyd Austin confirming Russia is getting some help from the outside. Also, Murfreesboro gets a new bridge. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:24, Dan Mandis here. And now is the time to call Cove Generators, because right now they're offering you a free 7-year warranty. Friends, that is over $1,000 value. So if you ever wanted one of those backup home standby generators, now is the time to do it. Basically, what happens is if the power fails, then it kicks your power right back on. A backup home standby generator to help protect your family. Plus, great financing options right now also are available. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. So be prepared for that next power outage and call Cove Generators and never lose power again. 931-559-3232. 3311. Don't miss out on those great financing options that are also available right now. They can also service your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand of generator that you own. So call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311, covegenerators.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
$8:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So I went over to the Glock store last week, had a lot of fun shooting at their Halloween shoot house. It's basically a course where you're firing for 90 seconds and you see how well you do on this Halloween-themed course. Now, they've got smoke and Halloween displays. It's a lot of fun. They're actually putting a video together. But listen, you want to do this? You want to go have some fun shooting? You can. Register at shoot270.com. You can actually win a Glock as well. Now, you can do this in one of their massive rooms because, well, they can. Lane ranges are really limited. You know, at the Glock store, they don't have those lame lane ranges. What they do have is these massive rooms that are really unique, and you can train in them. You can also have fun with this Halloween-themed shooting contest. So I also got a chance, by the way, to fire my next gun, a 43X, and this is the Glock store where I buy all my guns, all my ammo as well, and I do continue my training. So check them out online. It is shoot270.com, shoot270.com. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Good morning and welcome in. It's 8:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got your forecast and traffic coming up. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin confirming reports that North Korean troops have moved into Russia.
What exactly they're doing, left to be seen. These are things that we need to sort out.
Austin also saying that the addition of North Korean troops may be an indication that Putin may be in even more trouble than most people realize. Murfreesboro's new bridge opened yesterday. It connects the west side neighborhoods to shopping areas near the Costco. The bridge is named after the borough's longtime mayor, Tommy Bragg.
To have Murfreesboro grow, and it's really very heartening to me to see it happen. And frankly, between 2002 and 2014, we helped plan for that.
The bridge crosses the West Fork Stones River and includes a sidewalk. There are already plans in place to extend that bridge over I-24. Another Midwestern town is reporting a sudden influx of migrants from Haiti. This time it's Logansport, Indiana, a town that had been home to just 18,000 people. Now roughly 5,000 Haitians have moved in, and another 5,000 have moved into nearby areas. Logansport residents report disturbing instances of migrant boys chasing young girls. And one resident says that migrants have held up their phones to her living room window, recording her. The Biden-Harris administration launched a program last year that allows more than 200,000 Haitians to be paroled into the U.S. Well, moments after the opening bell at the stock market, the Dow Jones Industrials are down 258 points, NASDAQ falling 89, and the S&P 500 index is minus 20 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Friends, it is October, and that means Halloween is just a few weeks away. And Busy Bee, they are celebrating by giving you some great deals on your HVAC and your plumbing. So this is a great deal. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're going to give you $300 off of an ultraviolet home treatment system installation. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I've been a Beehive member for years. I've had them install a new system, fix an old one, maintain all my units as well. Outstanding customer service, and simply put, Busy Bee does great work. So check them out online, busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833. A34 WTN, and let me tell you something. November is obviously here. A couple of weeks, we're all going to get out there and vote. But let me tell you something. One of the number one questions I get from listeners is, how can I get in the conservative fight? Well, it's critical to know where your dollars are going. Now, most credit cards are funneling millions of dollars to the left, but you do have a choice. Coin is America's conservative credit card. You earn cash back while fighting the liberal agenda. You can apply right now at coin.com. The spelling is important, and it's important to add a G, COIGN. That's coin.com. Terms apply. Go to coin.com/disclosures for full details. Again, that is COIGN, coin.com.
Well, let's see. In Bordeaux, it's a crash at Clarksville Pike and Rosa Parks Boulevard, and that's causing some delays. Hermitage on 40 westbound Davidson-Wilson County line. A crash is blocking off the right shoulder. And then another crash, this one at Almaville. It's 840 westbound past Almaville exit 47. A crash and it's stop-and-go traffic from Veterans Parkway. Also, Berry Hill, a crash. Bransford Avenue at Craighead Street. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.836 on WTN. Right now is the best time to tackle that backyard project. In Moon Valley Nurseries, they're celebrating the fall harvest by bringing you the savings. Now, Moon Valley Nurseries, they're hosting their biggest sale of the season with 60% off select trees and plants. Take advantage of 60% off select trees and plants right now through this Sunday, October 27th. Available at your local Moon Valley Nurseries location. This is locally owned trees, and they're arriving daily and ready to be delivered to you. They design, deliver, and plant, and you get to enjoy. Designed, delivered, planted, guaranteed. That is the Moon Valley Nurseries difference. Get the yard you deserve only at Moon Valley Nurseries. Find them online. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. MoonValleyNurseries.com/fall sales event for more information. MoonValleyNurseries.com/fall sales event for more information.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
.839 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, Johnny, Chris.
Yeah.
This is going to be the most important segment we ever do. I'm having trouble with the word important today, and I don't know why.
Important.
It's important, I tell you.
It's important. That's going to be important.
Did you guys get Reese's cups?
Yeah, we did.
We did. Yeah.
And don't even think about it.
Dan says to me right before we get on the air, he said, oh, I didn't have a Reese's cup for you. Amy must not like you. And then he turns on his mic.
That's because he ate it on the way in. Oh, my goodness.
No, she did.
Or his passenger did.
She left me. She left me 3 Reese's peanut butter cups for Joan and Johnny. And you know what? I wonder if that third one was for you and not me.
By the way, Chris, we gotta fix your camera, man. It is.
And
there we go. Perfect. There's Chris.
All right, very good. So, yeah.
We can't blame it on the weekenders when it's Wednesday, you know?
Oh, we can.
We can.
Nobody will believe us. Yeah, so, you know what, if you want a Reese's peanut butter cup, because all 3 of us got ours, you can go buy one.
Perfect. I will. I'll do it myself.
That's from Amy.
Do you like Reese's peanut butter cup?
Nah, I'm not like a big candy guy.
Well, no wonder she didn't give you one. You're a non-believer.
I'm not a huge candy guy. Unless
beef
it's
jerky?
like sour candy.
I got like beef jerky.
I can do sour candy. I do beef jerky, especially if it's from Glenna.
Oh,
She
yeah.
makes the best.
Yes, she does.
That's exactly right.
Yes, she does.
So what's going on with your car?
Oh, did you see it in the parking lot?
Yeah. I walked
Saw
in.
that Democrat voter, did you?
So
is that so you can ride in the HOV lane?
Exactly.
I don't think it's gonna help you out.
So I go out to my car this morning, and I beep beep open up my car door, and there's a full length, full body skeleton in my passenger seat, strapped in and everything.
That was my big takeaway. He was buckled.
He buckled in. Listen, it's a law, right? So yeah, Amy did that, and she decided that it would be funny to scare the living crap out of me at 3 o'clock in the morning, which is exactly what she did. And the funny thing was, Johnny and Joan knew about it before I did.
Really?
Because after I went to bed, and they told me about this, Amy posted on her social media, on her Facebook, because I know my husband never checks my Facebook, this is what I've planned for him. And she had a picture of this skeleton in my passenger seat.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I saw it at 2 a.m. this morning.
So then I of course, posted it to my Facebook page. If you're following me on @DanMandisShow, you'll see that I posted a photo of the...
I saw it at like 3:30 yesterday afternoon. What time do you go to bed?
It's none of your business.
Wow,
You said
man.
after you went to bed, and it was posted at 3:30 in the afternoon?
Yeah, I guess. I must have gone to bed especially early yesterday. To be honest, I don't remember what time I went to bed. And Joan, that's a very personal question. What are you going to ask next? What were you wearing? I just made it awkward.
Yes.
Sweatpants and non-matching socks. I can guarantee you that.
I like to picture you in the old school man's nightgown with the cap.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
And some scuffies.
If we want to go down the road of what we all wear when we sleep, I'll go ahead and start.
Oh, jeez. I don't know if we want to go down this road.
Sweatpants. For me, it's always sweatpants. Socks with the little balls at the bottom of the the socks.
You wear socks while you sleep?
Yeah.
You're a madman.
You told us that you were
You're
hot.
a madman. You can't do that.
You told us you sleep really hot. You don't do that. I'm sure you don't.
Amy says I sleep hot.
Well, no wonder you're hot.
Because
You're
the
wearing
socks and the sweats.
Yeah.
Because I'm always cold.
Could shed some clothes.
I'm always cold. And by the way, I have this tendency to slip and fall all the time.
So you wear he wears hospital socks.
Fact check true. Dan will wind up with a head injury if he doesn't have some grips.
Well, so
Funny you say
I
that.
do. I wear the little socks with the little balls on the bottom so that I don't slip on our wood floors. And this morning, funny you say about the head injury. And if nobody else wants to share about what they wear when they go to bed, well, then I'll just be the only one that overshares. That's fine.
Okay.
Oh, Joan said okay, so apparently I'm going to be the only one that overshares. Cool. So Amy doesn't like to shut the door. when she's asleep on the main floor. So she leaves that open. She also doesn't like it when I close the door. So when I get up in the morning, because we sleep in separate rooms, I'm upstairs and she's downstairs, I have to light my flashlight so that I can see. Well, this morning I needed a towel, and so I got the shower going, and I realized there's no towel. So I walk upstairs, and because it's dark and I'm looking for a towel, I hit my head on the utility room door, right square, right there. And luckily, and I hit it with such force that I heard Amy go, Are you okay? Because apparently not only was there the dull thud of my head hitting again the corner of a doorway, but there was also me like muttering. And
curse words.
Yes. Oh, there were curse words. All right. And I chose not to engage at that moment in the perpetual discussion / argument about why she insists on leaving her stupid door open and not allowing me to close it so that I can turn the darn lights on.
Can I just ask a question? So let's go back and set the scene. So you've started the shower, right?
Yes.
And then you realize that there's no towel.
Yes.
So you pad out to the other room naked?
Oh, jeez. People are eating breakfast, Joan.
Like I just want to get in my head straight how the scene is set. So were you naked?
Yep.
Wow.
I don't know why that makes me laugh.
I forgot
but
to
it
mention
does.
that in the 535.
Well, luckily you hit the top head.
Oh, Chris.
Very good.
My voice would be a lot higher if it was the other one. Oh, my goodness gracious. So, Chris, what did you bring for this?
Well, I don't know how I can follow skeletons and head wounds. I don't know how I can do that.
Naked head wounds.
Naked head wounds. Oh, my goodness.
But I played this clip on my show yesterday, and I was talking to Dan about it, and he said he hadn't heard it. And I was like, how have you not heard this? Mark Cuban is the new surrogate for the Harris campaign, and he was talking about illegal immigration and how it just got away from Biden and Harris. And I'll let Cuban tell you the reason.
So when it comes to criminalizing and not criminalizing crossing the border, I mean, that is just so stark. But you view that as an evolution.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's my opinion. I'm not speaking for the campaign with this.
Yeah.
I thought their hearts were too big when Joe came into office, that they didn't know how many people would cross the border.
Oh, wow.
And it got away from them.
And it got away from them. It got away from them.
I liked what the red eye guy said. They said now that he's wearing those glasses, he looks like an MSNBC.
Yes. He looks like he stole them from Rachel Maddow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He looks like a doofus.
Yep.
And he sounds like a
They
doofus
arm wrestled
too.
for them.
Have you seen the memes of Cuban with the glasses? And it's a picture of him, Rachel Maddow wearing the same glasses, and Rosie O'Donnell wearing the same glasses. And it says, spot the difference.
And Juanita Broderick had a great one. She said, when people see lesbians on film, and it showed two girls kissing, and it said in real life, and it had Mark Cuban with his glasses on.
Well, here's my question. Are those actual prescription glasses, or is he out there trying to look smart?
I think he's trying to look smart.
I think he is, too.
That is like stolen valor. Because I have to wear glasses, and I can't afford the whole LASIK surgery thing.
Sure.
So I'm forced to wear glasses, and he doesn't, apparently, maybe, I don't know. He doesn't have to wear glasses, but he puts them on to look smart. Trust me, wearing glasses does not make you look or sound smart.
No, it just leads to head injuries in the middle of the night.
That's exactly right.
Stolen valor.
Previously on Nashville's Morning News, naked head injuries.
I can hear the promo now.
Please, Paul, don't do it.
My money's on Dan Mandis.
Which WTN personality is most likely to have naked head injuries? My money's on Dan Mandis. All right, moving right along. You know what? This VIP thing for election night, I mean, they are going like hotcakes.
They're going to be off the shelves like a quarter pounder before we know it.
So, Joan, can we talk about that Quarter Pounder story? So are they actually getting rid of the Quarter Pounder? By the way, 997WTN.com. Buy the VIP tickets.
Hurry.
Because they're apparently serving alcohol and food, and you get like
copious amounts.
Front row seats, I guess.
Yeah, reserved, priority seating. You get the whole 9, plus a goodie bag.
There you go. And listen, when we tell you to start the wave, because Trump is doing really well, you have to start the wave.
You're going to, it's the designated start the wave zone.
That's exactly what.
Now, if you buy the VIP package, do you get to hug Dan?
Yes.
Nope.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, listen, I'm
He'll
all
be
good
wearing
with,
clothes.
I'm all good with hugging.
Actually, I've heard in the goodie bag, it's going to be a one hug coupon from Dan.
There you go. Wow. That's
I love it.
You know
We
the problem?
actually should put that in the goodie
They
bag.
should.
You know
we couldn't get the bobblehead, but we got you a hug coupon.
Yeah, we sure do.
You know my problem with hugging is like I'm actually okay with hugging now. It's not a big deal. My problem with hugging is that like there was I think 1 or 2 people that I actually initiated the hug, and they stiffened up like I usually do.
Wow.
So now I'm like a shy hugger. I don't know when I'm supposed to go in and when I'm not supposed to go in. I'm totally awkward.
It's just like when you see a name that you have to read on the air and you're not really sure how to do. If you just approach it and go for it and do it with confidence, you're right, no matter what you say.
There you
so
go.
When you go to hug someone, even if you feel like, oh, they may not hug me back, go in for the big hug. Give them the bear hug.
I don't think I'm going to do that, Joan. You know why? Because I don't need a restraining order on the night of the election night.
I've heard
Dan's
Dan's favorite hugs are when the listeners lift him a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Especially those big old cowboys, you know?
Yeah, that's why I'm eating more Halloween candy, so I'm not as easily liftable. Joan, real quickly, because I did miss the story about the Quarter Pounders. Are they really pulling the Quarter Pounder?
So they took them off the menu in all restaurants for now because they don't know if it's the Quarter Pounder or they're thinking it might be the slivers of onion on top of the burger that is contaminated with E. coli. 1 person has died. There's 49 people who've become sick in 10 states. So they're trying to just get rid of the, dampen it down for right now.
But doesn't it all come from the same meat? Like the Quarter Pounder meat, is that different? Oh, somebody said Quarter Pounder meat is the only fresh meat that they have at McDonald's. The rest of them are, I don't know. I should know. McDonald's has been in the news, but I don't know.
Well, is it me? Am I the only guy with the tinfoil hat on going, this is a direct result? This is a direct result of Donald Trump going to McDonald's?
Yes.
Can you imagine if somebody did this and actually killed somebody?
Yeah.
I mean, who knows if that's the case, but of course, all of our minds went there first.
Well, and here's the thing. I've got an idea, though, how to tell where the listeria or whatever is coming from is just ask Kamala Harris. She used to work there.
Yeah, she would know. She would know.
And she has a really nice lawn, by the way.
You see that? You tell the joke, then you hit the sounder.
I love it.
That's radio plastic right there on Nashville's Morning News.
That's why you own a Marconi.
That's how you get the Marconi.
That's why you walk around the nude.
Running into walls and doors. Anyway, Joan.
Yeah.
What's coming up, please?
The GOP strikes out in Georgia on its new balloting rules. Also, Tennessee's ban on sex changes for kids goes before the Supreme Court. Those stories at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:53. Did you know that you're funding America's future? And it's not the future you want for you or your kids. Most major credit cards funnel millions of dollars to liberal causes and candidates, hoping that you don't notice. Well, take a stand and get the woke out of your wallet. Coin is the conservative's credit card. You earn cash back while advancing a conservative future. Apply now at coin.com. You're going to add a G. It's coin.com, COIGN, coin.com/disclosures for full details.